counter to believing, disbelieving?
So I think the importance of being able to learn from failure is the key. So what I think Americans do well in general is learn from failures and fail quickly. I think in the UK we sometimes see failure as a long drawn out sort of death and demise of a sort of Shakespearean play. It's actually not. Failure in America is about assessing quickly whether something works or not and then pivoting if it doesn't. And that, I think, is the trait that we do well to learn from here. And that is one that other countries, I think, are also, looking to adopt in a fast way.
On the culture piece, is there anything that we as an academic institution could learn from the private sector around instilling that entrepreneurial culture from the get-go, as you said?
I mean, I think what is really inspiring now is if you look at the stats where you're asking children what they want to be, the majority of children of my kids' generation, they want to be entrepreneurs. There's something that's shifted from kids wanting to go into the professions to being entrepreneurs. What we need to be able to do is continue that drive and that ambition throughout our education systems, and that's right from sort of primary schools up to the level at which you're engaging with at the University of Surrey. It is hard, though, to teach entrepreneurialism ultimately, because so much of the experience of entrepreneurialism comes from being at the coalface. So if I was going to say one thing, and I suspect it's something that you already do really well here, is make sure that people are given that chance to really practice whilst they're learning, because that's when they're going to get the best of both worlds together.
That time and space as well. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
Just that gentleman there.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, I'm Colin Spiller, Angels Den. Great presentation, thank you so much, very insightful. Interesting, you had 2 female founders, 2 male founders that you highlighted, and you invest in female-led businesses. What are your statistics for success and failure compared to the norm investing in female-led businesses?
So it's very interesting because a lot of people, when they look at what we do as Marian Ventures, think that we are investing in women as a sort of CSR type exercise. And clearly, I hope most people in this room would recognise the value of bringing underrepresented groups, whether women or minority ethnic communities, to the table in a better way. But that's not what we do. What we do is we firmly believe that actually the reality that women have in the UK only been invested 1 pence in every pound means that there is huge opportunity out there for female-led businesses to be invested in and to thrive. If you look at studies like McKinsey's studies that have done on the value of diversity at board level, it's consistently somewhere between sort of 20-21% for a gender diverse board. If you look at minority representation, it goes up to about 35% better outcomes. So if you are a VC investor and you're not focusing on underrepresented groups, and in our case women, I think you're missing a trick.
Any other questions? One over there. Wow, that's a big question.
I don't think we are. And I don't think we are for one reason, which is that technology and innovation are and should be ubiquitous across every industry now. So those who are going into entrepreneurship, like yourselves today, we are at a point where the ideas and the solutions you're bringing to market are going to have even more customer attraction because the FTSE 100s of this world know that they need to change and adapt to stay relevant, and many of you will have the products and the solutions, the ideas that will bring that change for them. So I think it's less that you will see a stemming somehow of entrepreneurship. I think you will actually see a surge of entrepreneurship, both as individual startups and scale-ups, but also across business in every sector, in every industry, because otherwise those businesses just can't stay relevant. So I think it's almost the opposite that we'll see.
One question for you on your slide and your 4 stories, so they're very US Silicon Valley focused. If you put up a slide that was UK focused, who would feature on there?
So I'm going to answer very generically first, which is that I think one of the challenges in the UK is actually showcasing new entrepreneurs that are coming through. Yeah. We tend to have, and particularly the media falls back on some of the best known entrepreneurs who are, of course, amazing role models like the Richard Bransons of this world. But there's a whole new generation of people coming through as entrepreneurs who are not, in my view, getting the name recognition and spotlight that they deserve. And many of those are women. I'm very fortunate to be part of a group of female founders, a group that we took out to San Francisco as a trade mission back in 2015. And that group is packed with people, for example, the first person to IPO a company on the stock exchange who now has an incredibly successful global enterprise software business. Another person who's a serial entrepreneur on her 3rd fintech business. These are incredible role models. And I think what we all can take away is actually to talk about the next generation of people who are coming through a little bit more, because those are the people who will provide the achievable role model that so many young people are looking towards.
So I suppose as a university, and there's other university representatives in the room, there's a real action on us then to profile those, our student entrepreneurs, female founders or other, coming forward in the pipeline. Any other questions for Priya? We haven't had any from that side. One in the middle? Yep.
Yes, Tim Bass from the Bridge YMCA in Guildford and student mentor. You spoke about Salesforce, Priya, and their work, their good causes work. What do you think the benefits to Salesforce were of doing that? And what did they get out of it?
So you'll no doubt have seen, Tim, there's so much talk these days about how do you attract a millennial workforce, or how do you retain your talented workforce. And I think that's particularly relevant in an environment like the Bay Area, where you have basically no competition clauses, so you can leave one job on a Friday and start somewhere else on a Monday, and that can be Google and Apple, and no one cares. So you have to have things that make your workforce different and make your workforce special. So whilst I have no doubt that Mark Benioff's motivation for starting the 111 model was purely philanthropic, it is also very clear that actually that has become a real factor for attraction for his team and for recruitment for the team. So in many ways, it's a win-win. There's a gentleman at the back there.
Yeah. I think if we've got 2 questions. We'll take those 2. Gentleman first.
I'm Omar from Zil Borza. Just wanted to know, as a very influential woman and leading investor, what got you started on this journey? And if you go back in time, what would you do differently?
The personal question.
So I had a very odd journey, as Claire politely sort of glossed over, having been a diplomat for 20 years and then completely switching to the world of tech. I guess what motivates me to be in this space of tech is really what motivated me to be a diplomat in the first place, which is that the world for me is a small place, and the way that we will build the best of the world is by having interconnections between countries, between peoples, between companies, and being able to be part of the matrix that supports that and creates that, I think is a driving force for me personally. When I joined the diplomatic service over 20 years ago, that was the place that a lot of those conversations happened. And tech was just coming up. Having had the opportunity to live and work in Silicon Valley for 5 years, it was really clear to me that actually some of those conversations and dynamics were happening in the world of innovation and tech. So it felt like a place where, I could make a difference.
I think we had one other question there. Yeah, the lady there.
It was just to Efren's point with regards to contributing to communities. In our business, my next particular is with Dolphin Networks. It's the younger team members. They've driven to do fundraising events. They've driven to do cake bake sales, Easter egg donation as a basis of technology research part. And it's motivated and focused them. It's been, yes, advocate. It's definitely worth doing. Absolutely.
Okay, I think that's all we've got time for. So join me in thanking Priya. Again, thank you. So next up is the pitchatpalace alumni panel. So this is something that always features at a pitchatpalace on tour event, chaired by Michael Heyman, MBE, entrepreneur, author, co-founder of Seven Hills, and an avid supporter of all things pitch.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be here. It's my job to introduce the alumni panel, and you're going to see a bit of the energy and magic of pitch, I'm sure, because these are all entrepreneurs from Pitch 11, the last big pitch gathering at St. James's Palace. Now, just to give you a sense of what that's about, it's creative, it's fast, it's energetic. And it's all about businesses that want to capture your attention. So you're going to hear from a number of those businesses that want to get to Pitch 12 this afternoon. This, I think, is a bit of a dress rehearsal for the sort of enthusiasm to show those businesses in terms of their pitching their stories to you. If I may ask you for one thing, can I just hear what a round of applause sounds like, just very quickly? Right, okay, all right. Okay, if we were to basically agree that's the lowest level of emotional engagement we're going to allow this morning, how about that? Well, how about one a little bit higher than that, right? Well, okay, on three, let's go for it. 1, 2, 3, let's try it. Excellent, right. I think we want the people upstairs to wonder what's going on down there. Right, let's bring on our entrepreneurs. I've been reading their stories this weekend, and I have to tell you, it's a really eclectic, brilliant group of entrepreneurs that I think brings to life exactly what pitch is all about. So let's make sure we give them that second clap, not the first. I'm going to just introduce them all in one go, invite them to come and take a seat, and then I'll ask you just to welcome them to the stage. Tomide Adsamni is the co-founder and CEO of Circuit Mind. Andrea Gazzoni is the founder and CEO of Rentu. Stephen Carl Langley is the managing director of T6. And Liha Gupta is the founder of Greener App. Please do welcome them to the stage. Very good. Now, guys, come and take a seat. We are keeping everybody from lunch, so we have got to get everybody hungry with anticipation this morning. I'm going to ask you, first of all, say welcome. Thank you for coming along, and congratulations on being Pitch 11 finalists. We'll talk a little bit about pitch in a moment. But given that you've all pitched your story, we're going to put you under pressure now to give you all an individual chance to introduce your businesses. Lahan, perhaps we could start with you in terms of, we'll give you, under a minute. So you normally get 3 at pitch, so we're going to give you a minute. Go on, okay. Floor's yours.
It is a tragedy that one part of the world is struggling to put food on their tables, whereas the other part of the world wastes food costing £1 trillion every year, contributing to diabetes, obesity, and other lifestyle diseases. Now, imagine a solution for this massive problem where we eradicate food waste and make the world population healthier for less money. Sounds good? We've built it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Liha Gupta, co-founder of Greener App, which is a revolutionary smart AI kitchen assistant tool that helps you project manage your food and health at the same time, saving you loads of money. So together, let's save the world. So, yeah, thank you.
There you go. That's under a minute. Big round of applause. Right, Let's jump this around. Termite, you look like you're checking your watch. Right, off you go. Right, you've got a
Because I
minute.
haven't practiced it.
Right, minute starts now. Right.
So I'm Tamide. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called CircuitMind. And at CircuitMind, our core mission is to accelerate the creation of hardware inventions. We're doing that by building artificial intelligence that completely automates the design of electronic circuit boards. So if I give you a number, 1.5 billion hours, that's the amount of hours that have elapsed since humans first appeared on the Earth. But it's also the amount of hours that electronic circuit board engineers spend designing circuit boards every single year. And that translates to 40 billion pounds in global expenditure. And you will think that's ridiculous until you realize that the mobile phones in your pockets and the autonomous vehicles in the future are built on this. So the core question for CircuitMind is to reduce the cost and time spent down by 90%. The way we're doing this is we're building what we call a hardware compiler. That compiler takes in the requirements for a board and outputs the complete board design ready for manufacture, which means better circuits designed orders of magnitude faster at a fraction of the cost.
Smoothly done. Thank you very much. Right, that's a round of applause. Of course, you've got none of the pressure. There are no trumpets ready to pipe you off. But Stephen, give us your pitch next, please.
Hello, I'm Stephen Carhenny, Managing Director of Ty6 Limited. Everyone needs lighter things, whether it's cars, planes, spacecraft. All of that relies on really lightweight materials. So Ty6 makes a very, very lightweight metal composite. So we put ceramics into metals to make them really light, really strong, so things are more efficient. More efficient aircraft, less fuel, less CO2 burn, hopefully cheaper flights, but won't guarantee that. Lighter spacecraft means we can get more satellites up there, more data, better interconnectivity around the world. So that's what we do. We make very lightweight things. So this little tube here, about the same weight as a crisp packet, but will carry 2 Range Rovers, 2 elephants. It's carry 5 tons. Come and see me afterwards. I'll show you what it does.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you. And I think it's worth saying you're back on home turf, aren't you? That you're a University of Surrey alumni.
30-odd years ago.
Right,
I'm
so
not 25.
No bias from the home crowd here then. Andrea, your pitch, please.
I'm Andrea Guzzoni, CEO and co-founder of Rentu. Rentu.com is a B2B equipment hire platform. We basically simplify the process of hiring equipment, such as screens, tables and chairs for festival, conference and fairs across the UK and Europe. 7 billion industry in the UK only, less than 0.5% is happening online. There is no technology, that's what we're bringing into this industry.
Wow, there you go, that is a short pitch. Right, excellent job. Now, I wonder if each of you could give us a sense of running an entrepreneurial business, the things you're facing, where you're about. It's great ideas that you've got, that you've pitched here, but in terms of actually getting those businesses going, taking them to the next level. You're all at very different stages. Let's talk a little bit about there. Tamidi, perhaps you could kick us off.
So the main parts of our business are the people that make it, the customers that we're looking at, and the product that we're building. The product we're building is a deep tech product, so it's incredibly hard to build. So we have to amass some of the most brilliant people in the world. So one of my main focuses right now is getting those people on board. And one thing that's good about things like this, pitchatpalace, is that a lot of those people go online, check out what I've done in the past and say, oh, you participated in pitchatpalace and you won an award. Let's see what you do.
Right.
So that's what.
And in terms of getting those people on board, those people to trust you when you're a young business on the app, what's the advice you'd give to other entrepreneurs thinking about this?
I'm still trying, but
never stop trying. Right.
But one of the things that's very good is the co-founder team and their experiences. If you've had great experience in the past, leverage that. If you have customers, leverage that. If you have investment, leverage that. Let these people feel as though they're coming into a place with world-class people and they'll be part of something bigger than themselves.
Stephen, let's jump to you. Your advice.
I think
you're a professional managing director, right? In terms of you brought skills to the party in terms of not just being the startup entrepreneur.
I came as an engineer, actually.
Engineer.
So, but having done a lot of business development in much larger companies, civil service and various others, I think the bit that is really, really important is to trust your team, let them do what they're good at, encourage them to do it, and find skills gaps where you need to do that to build the company. All of which is really difficult when you're trying to do the day job, make sure there's enough cash to run the business, and develop technology and customer relationships. So I think one of the comments that Piri said earlier, when you're CEO, get the help in and the people you need to do it, and then trust them to do it.
Okay, so 2 comments entirely about people so far. Lahar, your thoughts on growing your business?
With my business, I think I will second what Tom said, that it's more to, it's a deep tech, so you will be doing more of usability testing and getting the feedbacks from the users. It's more of, we are in a close beta testing group, where we are getting the testing and iterating the product further.
But I was looking at your website, great presentation. I love those graphs showing me there's nothing under 90% success rates. It felt like GCSE, well, actually, I'm sure University of Surrey first class honours degrees. I mean, all those bar charts on your website showing, presenting your pitch, presenting your company, presumably, is something you focused on.
Yeah, it was more to understand, so this is a social cause where we are reducing food waste and kind of making sure that we get that numbers, what we're talking about. And it is a big problem that we are trying to solve, and we need more team, we need more support, and thankfully we're part of Pitchatpalace. So the testing and usability deep tech is actually taking.
Andrea, biggest challenge scaling?
Biggest challenge to scale is definitely, like, as everyone is mentioning, difficulties to get the right people, get the right with the resources that you have at the beginning, especially. As probably when we say before the culture is critical, it's very important, but no one ever say that the beginning culture can change because the business model change. So that can be a big challenge, I think. The fact that you need to adapt to where the money and the investment and the research and everything brings you to, and maybe the person you hired previously doesn't fit anymore, and that's a very difficult situation to be in.
Okay, right, now this afternoon we're going to hear from entrepreneurs that want to make the final in November at St James's Palace. 3, I believe, will go through. In terms of, first of all, let's talk a little bit about Pitch at the Palace. Let's talk about your own experience of it. Bring it to life for us. Lahar, perhaps we'll start with you and work our way down the line this time. Bring it to life, the actual initiative.
First of all, don't be scared to start with, because when I spoke to a few of the entrepreneurs there, they were kind of, thinking it's pretty scary to pitch. So the first thing is you have to just express yourself. Whatever your ideas is, you need to make sure that you express yourself. So that's what I did. I expressed myself, made sure that my point is put across, and those who are, along can see the vision what I see. They will come and join you. And I think that's what matters. Yeah.
So you've got a group of people wanting you to succeed.
Yeah. Here you are in a support group. It is more that people are here to support you. It's not Shark Tank. So everybody's there to support you and make sure that you put your point across, and that's all, I think.
Okay, so it's like a supportive ecosystem out of that. Yeah. Steve, what about your experience of it? What's it like pitching in a palace?
Really good, really great opportunity to get out and talk to people. We had a lot more support on how we market ourselves. I'm an engineer, so that's always a bit of a challenge. And talking to people who don't have a deep tech background and still getting that message across, really useful. The ecosystem and the support, fantastic. The other bit I'd say to anyone pitching is, if you've got hardware to show investors, bring it along. Show people what you'd actually do.
I thought they were binoculars, actually. Right, okay, we'll not go into exactly what that is. But in terms of actually just sort of, I'm trying to bring it to life for the audience in terms of what it feels like, the sort of experience. Give a sense of, you walked into that room, what was it like?
Well, yeah, like for us it was definitely like a unique opportunity to be there, and definitely the pressure. You feel the pressure, but the support, and probably the fact that like we have one of our 10 core values. They say, don't forget to prepare, otherwise prepare to be forgotten. So I guess that's probably what you want to, how you want to approach this and the pressure you have.
And in terms of don't be forgotten, if you were to think about advice you'd give to businesses here today pitching, how do you not get
Well, as the team of Pitchatpalace say, the ask is critical, and just do follow their instructions, like have a right understanding of who you want to talk to, and in our case happened. So yeah, so just follow their instruction. I think they've been doing for a long time. So yeah.
Right, Timothy, I'd like you to talk about, first of all, start us off in terms of the Pitch on Tour event. What happened there, and then actually when you went to Pitch 11?
So I didn't actually go to the Pitch on Tour event.
Well,
so I
there
was at
you
the
go.
book house.
I'd say I'm going to have a word with the researcher after this. But anyway, I heard you did a great regional pitch, but obviously not one anyone saw. So no, tell us about the final. Right.
So the final is tremendous, but it also makes you nervous because you're in front of a lot of eminent people. But what I would say is make success at pitchatpalace much more than just winning. Make it more about the rest of the things you get out of it. So the connections and the credibility it gives you. You'll meet a lot of really important people there. And about 2 weeks after we came third at pitchatpalace, I was at a dinner with a VP at KPMG and a lot of eminent people that I would never be in front of after like 6 months of hustling.
And you were invited because of
directly from because of the pitchatpalace staff. Mm-hmm. Because of pitchatpalace.
Now, was one of the businesses a People's Choice winner? Did any of the businesses win that?
People's Choice?
Yeah, no, you weren't there. Okay, right.
We came third.
Okay, so in terms of just generally now to everyone, in terms of making the most of that, a big part of that is the ask that you make in terms of what is the way that you make the best of it. And I suppose in some respects that's the entrepreneurs here today. What did you ask for, Lahara, in terms of your ask?
It changed because I asked for meeting Richard Branson at first, and then it changed. Then it was for asking for $500,000 for
Richard Branson or $500,000. I know which one I take, but anyway, go on.
Yeah, so it's just that you have to understand what exactly your business you're looking for and what you need at that point, and then we kind of changed it that we were looking more to get a mentor and support like that, and that was what helped.
And did you achieve those objectives?
The most interesting part, what I would say, that through Pitch at the Palace, I got an amazing mentor, and through that, I'm a United Nations SDSN member, Sustainable Development member, which is a very, very big thing. So yeah, that was only possible through Pitch at the Palace.
Stephen, your ask.
So we went in with an ask, as many businesses, for cash. We need about 5 million to grow. But what the Pitch at the Palace said is, also look for who can help you get there. So who are the decision makers in our marketplace that talking to could actually drag us into that business. And that was coming at it at a slightly different angle. Really, really useful. So now we're looking at where we get the people who will pull us along rather than just us trying to push in to them. Mm-hmm. And that was very useful.
Andrea, what was your...
Yeah, so for us, we decided to ask for a meeting for a person. We actually changed the ask to the On Tour and the actual pitchatpalace final. In the final, we asked to continue our conversation we had on tour event with Sir Stelios, the founder of EasyJet.
Yeah.
Now
and he's become an investor.
He's an investor and shareholder.
I mean, so that's a great example of where you can meet somebody on.
And he was our ask. Obviously, as Richard Branson, he can also support you on an investment. But the fact that you can meet him and talk about business, that's how you should probably approach the conversation or the ask.
Brilliant. Timothy, what was your ask?
So our ask was to meet James Dyson, but we didn't actually get that. But I divided our ask into two things, and that's what I advise people to do. I pinpointed one specific person in the group of people I wanted to ask for, and then I talked about the group as well. Right. So James Dyson, but I want to meet industrial manufacturers, the heads of industrial manufacturers.
So out of this group, you found great contacts, you found mentors, you found investors, and that's all because you've asked for something.
Exactly.
Right. Last question, because we're going to lunch after this, but if you were to just give us a final tweet-like answer about how to get your point across in those 3 minutes that you've got to pitch your case to me, but we'll start with you and we'll work our way back. Best bit of advice in terms of getting your pitch right?
Put something unexpected in there. Maybe be funny. Stand out in one way or the other.
Andrea, if you're not funny, what would you do then?
So bring some excitement, big numbers. Make sure you can show you've done your homework and research.
Okay, yes. Bamboozle them with numbers. Stephen?
Definitely smile, but the one thing we had was my co-presenter was able to show a piece of our hardware and show what it did, how light it was.
Okay, so show and tell.
Show and tell, really good.
Super. Last point for you.
So I got a tomato in the palace, so everybody knows about that, I think. That's why. So it was funny. You had a prop, so these are the two things. So that's something which is important. So yeah.
Take a
Funny,
prop.
yeah. Take a
Absolutely great. Right, well, as they say, the motto of Pitch the Palace is "It's your time." Thank you very much to the time from our finalists from Pitch 11.0. It's the time for lunch, and it's the time this afternoon for our finalists here at Surrey. Thank you very much for your attention, and good morning.
Thank you.
blinding. Wow. Your Royal Highness, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everybody had a chance to meet our Surrey community in the 3 zones outside over lunch. And for me, just a quick reminder to download the Pitch Palace app if you haven't yet done so, because you can vote using that. So Pitch. I've personally been involved with Pitch Palace for 4 years now, bringing it to a university campus for the first time in a former role. And now I'm really pleased to bring it to Surrey for the first time. Here at Surrey, we have a thriving community of student entrepreneurs, academic inventors, startups and spin-outs, with 7 spin-outs turning over more than £1 million a year. We have the Surrey 100 Angel Investor Club, Set Squared programs, and 140 companies on the Surrey Research Park. The park was the crucible for the modern digital games industry, home to Bullfrog and Lionhead. The park returns £8 million per year to the university. It's home to Surrey spin-outs such as Gnosis and SSTL. SSTL became the largest acquisition of a university spin-off at the time at 50 million, quite an achievement. The park is an anchor for the region's creative industries, digital games and space clusters. The Enterprise M3 region's space cluster is comprised of over 100 space organisations, now exceeding that of Harwell. We have companies on the park of all size from all sectors, ranging from 25 SMEs in our digital incubator to large corporates. So the links between the research park and the campus are strong through collaborative research, talent flow and placements, co-location and consultancy. Illustrating the strength of our innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem at Surrey, we're proud to have 5 Surrey teams or Surrey affiliated teams pitching here today. 1 has previously pitched to Surrey 100, 2 are Surrey Set Squared members, 1 is supported by a Surrey entrepreneurial visa endorsement, and 1 is a Surrey spin-out. We have an additional 8 Surrey affiliated teams that applied to take part here today as well. So this afternoon, we look forward to hearing all of the pitches, a final keynote, and a panel session to close. Pitch at Palace is a fantastic initiative founded in 2014 to profile and accelerate the work of entrepreneurs. Nearly 1,000 businesses have become part of the Pitch at Palace family, creating 6,000 jobs. It's now global, spanning 62 countries. I'm delighted to welcome Pitch founder, His Royal Highness.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed, and welcome to Pitch on Tour in Surrey. My first and most important thanks go to the university for hosting us today. Thank you very much indeed. It has not gone unnoticed that this is a hotbed of innovation at a university like this. And we've heard a great deal about what goes on in the community around here. And clusters of activity are really, really important. Just a couple of points about what you're going to hear today that is important. I'm looking for you to do 6 things today, and I'm after the entrepreneurs to do 1 thing. The first is that any startup business needs mentors. So if you know of any mentors, then make sure that they are put in touch with these entrepreneurs. Secondly, we need people to advise them. And by that I mean lawyers, bankers, accountants, the business process side of the activities of starting a business. I don't mind if a business fails because the idea it has doesn't quite work, or because that idea is disrupted by somebody else or another business. But I do mind if business processing isn't up to scratch. And we all know cash is king, but so often we hear that things like that let the side down. So mentors and advisors are really key to the success to build and grow these businesses. The other one that is really important, the other two that are really important, are access to people's supply chains and access to people's distribution systems. Because if these businesses can show that they are earning revenue, then getting finance is going to be a lot easier. Now, we've had a discussion at lunch today about how poor people are at actually being able to sell. But that's less of the issue. It's about being able to get access to those supply chains and distribution systems in order to sell. And that's, so selling is a secondary order event, but just as important. And the fifth thing that is really, really probably the most important thing that you can do today is that you can make connections for these businesses in a way that will enhance their ability to do business in the future. Whilst you are sitting there this afternoon, you will have that, what I describe as the aha moment. Because one of these businesses will say something and you go, oh, I know exactly who they need to be put in touch with. Well, make sure that you do put them in touch with that person or that organisation, because that connection could be the difference between success and failure. You don't know it, and the business doesn't know it, but they've got to go and find that out. So it's a start. It's that connection. It's that access. And again, these businesses are getting access to an audience that they wouldn't normally get an access to. And so you need to think about how you can perhaps add value to what their business idea or business might be. And the last thing that I'm looking for, and it is something that everybody needs, which is called liquidity and finance, but I'm not asking anybody to make an instantaneous decision. What we would like to see is a conversation start here between somebody who is interested in investing and the entrepreneur. Because in most cases, you're investing in the person and the idea. And if you're going to invest in somebody, you are going to have to get to know them and understand them and see where they go and what's driving them. Because that's the only way that you can get an idea of whether or not you should be putting your money where his or her mouth is. So those are my 6 things for the audience this afternoon. Mentors, advisors, access to supply chain, access to distribution systems, connections, really, really important, and finance. And finally, to the entrepreneurs. They have one thing to do this afternoon. First of all, they have to communicate to you what they are about and why they are doing what they're doing. But they must have an ask of the audience. Because if they don't ask, you can't help. You might be able to ascertain from what they say that there are things that they may need, but it's really, really important that you understand that you've got to have an ask. And it's an ask for today. It's not an ask for tomorrow or yesterday, because the circumstances of your business changes each day. So think carefully about what it is that you want to ask. One ask each. Had a little problem last week where there were about 5. They were all directed at me. Please, just one. If you get an opportunity, if somebody then can help you with that ask, then there's plenty of opportunity to ask for more. One ask this afternoon, besides which you've only got 3 minutes in which to do it in. So, if you're all happy, thank you very much indeed for coming today. It means a huge amount, not just to me, but also to the entrepreneurs. And I would like to wish them every success this afternoon. Oh, one last thing. I'm not a judge. I am simply the referee of the judges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, to the pitches, what's the process? The winners from this regional heat, so that's up to 3 entrepreneurs pitching today, will go through to the boot camp being held on the 14th of October. They will then be mentored, having the chance to refine their pitches before taking part in the final at St James's Palace on the 6th of November. So the pitches are quick fire, so brace yourselves. We've got 20 entrepreneurs all over there. They've got just 3 minutes each to impress us, with timekeeping kindly provided by the Lord Lieutenant's office in the form of trumpets. So this is in the spirit of the St James's Palace final. It will make sense if you've been. We're joined by Steve Fletcher and Tony Adey. Please could you give us a demo of what happens if they go over their 3 minutes? Wonderful, thank you. Very grand, thank you. Next, it's time to welcome and thank our judges. So they're in the second row in the middle here. We've got some from the University of Surrey side and some from the Palace Network. I'll just run through the names quickly as a quick acknowledgement. So Peter Aspinall from KPMG, Kira Bezler from Bosch, Professor Maria-Laura Didomenko, University of Surrey Business School, Caroline Fleming, University of Surrey, Charlotte Gogin, Barclays, Martin Harriman, pitchatpalace, Hannadi Jabedo, Alex Johnston, pitchatpalace, HRH, Tim Riches, Surrey Research Park, Professor Ravi Silva, University of Surrey, Alex Smout, In Motion Ventures, and Amanda Fursk, pitchatpalace. So judges, do please use your online form to record your results in real time, otherwise you might forget after 20. After each pitch, there'll be time for one brief question from myself or from a member of the judging panel. So if you're itching to ask something, just make sure you signal. And lastly, we really encourage audience participation. So don't forget, if you're using the app, you can vote for your 3 favourite entrepreneurs to attend the boot camp, and the judges will choose their 3 favourite entrepreneurs to attend boot camp, and we'll factor in the audience vote for their deliberations as well. So it's worth taking part. Okay, so the main event. Now within the first category of agriculture, energy and renewables technology, please welcome our first and very brave entrepreneur, Dan Grech of Global OTech Resources.
Thank you very much. My name is Dan Grech. I'm the CEO and founder of Global OTech Resources. One of the greatest challenges facing the social and economic development of many small island states is access to affordable and clean energy. Collectively, the Maldives, Caribbean and Pacific Islands are spending more than $6.6 billion on diesel fuel for energy generation every year. Diesel is, of course, the antithesis of clean, but also a very expensive method to generate electricity. Solar is not the answer in all of these markets. Many islands, like most in the Maldives, lack the space for solar and storage to provide baseload power. They are all dependent on diesel imports. Think about recent events at oil refineries or with tankers being seized and how that affects their security of supply. We've designed a solution for this using ocean thermal energy conversion, or OTEC for short. Our OTEC barge, oh, looks brilliant, picture behind us, generates clean energy using the temperature differential present on the doorstep of most of these tropical islands. It works by using warm surface seawater to evaporate a high-pressured working fluid. The vapour produced spins a turbine, which generates the electricity. We then pump cold, deep water from far below deck to condense that vapour back into a liquid. That's a cycle that can run 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Our team have decades of combined experience in designing and building floating systems for the oil and gas space. We have an advisor from the world's largest OTEC R&D facility. We've signed 5 MOUs for power purchase agreements with potential off-takers in the Maldives. We even have a letter of support from the Maldivian government. Even though prototypes are typically very expensive, our early conservative cost estimates have reached a unit cost of below 20 cents per kilowatt hour for this prototype. For comparison, the unit cost for diesel currently in the Maldives is 38 cents per kilowatt hour. We need help to access concessionary finance and grants so that we can fund the prototype, fund the CapEx, without increasing the unit cost too much. At Ask Today, I believe this is a pitch at Palace first. We would like an introduction to Sir Richard Branson for his personal understanding in running a tropical island resort. Our team would be more than happy to join Sir Richard on Necker Island and talk to him about the future of tropical renewable energy. Thank you very much.
So you seem to have solved the problem of energy generation. What about energy storage? Do you have is there a way to harvest the energy and store it there once it's created?
Yes, through battery technology, but the great thing about this is, unlike solar and wind, you don't need the sun to be up, you don't need the wind to be blowing 24 hours a day, whether the sun's up or down, whatever the season, this can continue to generate power.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So our next pitch entrepreneur is Jack Chen of Spectre Bio.
Hello, lovely audience. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jack. We are Spectre Bio, a third-generation biosensor technology company. Let me start with how I actually entered this journey. In 2018, there has been a major river incident in China, Hongze Lake. Thousands of fishermen lost their entire livelihood within just one night. The direct economic impact of this incident is $3.3 million. After 2 months of thorough investigation, the local authorities are still unable to source or classify what pollutant actually caused this. How can this actually happen? After some digging, we noticed that there are huge limitations on the current monitoring device used for environmental surveillance. Most of the devices cannot classify or source these chemical pollutants, and they have limited detection type or detection sensitivity. Although some advanced solutions remain possible, they often rely on a very sophisticated lab environment, and sometimes they are just too big and too expensive to be used on site. What solution do we provide? In Oxford, we use cutting-edge genetic programming technology and additive manufacturing to synthesize a series of palm-sized detectors based on genetically modified bacteria. Now, not only they actually vastly expand the detection type and sensitivity, the machine itself is also 50 times smaller and also 100 times cheaper. Sorry, it's a moment of silence. So right now, in summary, there are 5 main advantages of this device. It's high sensitivity, remote data transmission, and portable and low cost. This would allow accurate sourcing of environmental fingerprint to become possible. Why we believe now is the perfect time to enter the market. Previously, we have asked expertise in the group, and then the market is estimated worth $2 billion. We aim to serve the China market, which is 10% and growing rapidly. Where we are, we win a serious competition last year ranging from synthetic biology, environmental protection, and data science. We use the money to synthesize and refine our prototype, as you see here, and also create a data pipeline. And with that, what we hope to do this year is to start a pilot test in Zhuhai City. Also, we are currently engaging in discussion about IP with Oxford Licensing Office. Who we are? We are a group of PhD students with expertise in synthetic biology, data science, 3D printing, and biochemistry. I would like to thank for your support, and please talk to me after this. Thank you.
That was a bit close. The trumpeters were ready.
Yeah,
thanks.
quite close.
So who are your main competitors?
The main competitor right now is the existing chemical sensor industry, which they're using, I would say, like 20 years old technology to sense only 5 standard chemicals. So what we can do is sensing something they cannot do, and also we can improve the performance based on their selected target.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, one question from the judging panel.
How can we help?
Yes, I'm actually raising pre-seed money. I'm happy to exchange for 5% for 150K, but that is also negotiable. Thank you very much.
I think we have one more question.
Oh
no,
yes.
okay, just
quite
one.
a big interest. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, our next pitch entrepreneur is Owen Sharkey from the Biofactory.
Hi everybody, my name's Owen and I'm here today to talk to you about my company, the Biofactory, where we develop off-grid toilet and waste processing systems for the use in sub-Saharan Africa. I'd like to start by introducing you to Paul. Paul's a friend that I made 2 years ago when I was working in the refugee camps in northern Kenya. As you can see, Paul's quite cheeky. He actually stole those sunglasses from me to show off to his friends, and I happened to take this photo of him. Unfortunately, however, Paul's family have been living in the refugee camps for over 25 years. And one problem has consistently plagued them, and that's the issue of poor sanitation. If you imagine this, Paul, an average 7-year-old boy, wakes up in the morning desperate to go to the toilet. This is kind of 6 o'clock in the morning, so it's a little bit dark still. He climbs over his mum, his dad, outside his tent, and walks about 100 meters to get to the toilet. It's still dark, so he can't really see what he's doing, but he goes into the pit latrine, which is essentially a long drop, and he squats down, does his business. Now, on the way of getting up, he puts his hands down on the floor to give him a little bit of support, pulls his trousers up, out he goes, back into bed. Now, on his way back, he opens the door, handling the door handle, climbs back over his parents, putting his hands on various surfaces, and then lies back in bed. What does he do to go back to sleep? He sticks his finger in his mouth. Now, this is how most diseases are spread in sub-Saharan Africa, through the fecal-oral pathway, and this causes 300,000 children to die every single year. What we've done at the Biofactory is we've developed an all-in-one toilet and waste processing facility that enables easily cleaned cubicles and the capture and processing of waste on site in one single facility. Our system converts the waste to a soil conditioner, which can be used on local crops, and also biogas, which can be sold back to the communities as an alternative cooking fuel to charcoal. We can provide this fuel at the same price as charcoal, which is a huge issue to do with solar power and LPG gas cooking. They're both significantly more expensive and can't be used in this environment. And we can provide about a third of the user's cooking fuel requirements. What I'm asking here today is we need £200,000 to support our development program, but mainly we are looking at developing future customer potential. So I'm looking to contact CEOs of NGO organizations such as Save the Children, Oxfam, and Christian Aid. Thank you very much.
So sanitation is a topic that is really close to Bill and Melinda Gates and the Foundation's heart. What can the pitch community do for you that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation couldn't do?
Well, unfortunately, I haven't been able to get in contact with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
So another ask, maybe?
Well, yes. But, so I'd really appreciate getting in contact with these CEOs and developing our future customer potential, which I don't think that Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation would be able to provide us. They'd be able to provide us the technical support and getting them on the ground. But what we really need in long-term development is to have those customers and work with them to develop our solution over the next 2 years.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
Very much.
Our next pitch entrepreneur is Gemma Waits of All by Mama.
Hello everybody, my name is Gemma and I'm the founder of All by Mama. All by Mama supports mothers to start and grow businesses alongside raising families. So in the UK at the moment, there are 3.1 million mothers that would like to start a business, but what they lack is an authentic brand that they can trust to guide them through that process. With the mum economy in the UK at the moment worth 7.2 billion, it's a big opportunity. The problem that many mothers face after having children is wanting or needing to work, but struggling with the cost of childcare or the lack of inflexible work hours. Starting a business for those mothers can be a perfect solution. I launched All by Mama after a successful career at Disney, after becoming a mother and trying to manage that juggle myself, so I can relate very well to the community that we're serving. So we launched a couple of years ago as a marketplace, and that marketplace sells gifts that are made by mums to customers. So we're helping those mothers reach customers. With that business, we've already helped 350 mothers, and we work with them on an ongoing basis. We've raised £200,000 of investment, and we have a team of 3, and we're supported by 2 non-execs. We've seen over 300,000 customers visit our website, generating £150,000 of revenue to date. And we have an engaged social following of 50,000. So you could say that there is some momentum for the idea. Recently, I've welcomed a co-founder, Donna Jackson, and we took on the problem of how we can reach more mothers quicker. We wanted to talk to mothers that were creating service-based businesses as well as product-based businesses. So last week, we launched a membership community. That membership community will help us scale the number of mothers that we can work with quicker. Members receive free business advice, they receive access to free networking events and courses. And this also creates an additional revenue stream for us. So that launched on the 9th of September. What we know is that if women started businesses at the same rate as men in the UK, it would add an additional £250 million to the UK economy. This business is about that economic benefit, and it's about helping mothers along the way to earn money for their families. My ask is to be connected to Alison Rose, who recently wrote the Rose Report. If anybody could get me an intro, and that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Well done, Gemma. Thank you. So it seems like in terms of a gift platform, there's already existing competitors there, not on the high street, Etsy, all of those. What about on the service side? Who are you competing against?
On the service side, well, first of all, the offering, the idea is that we help mothers from idea generation to customer acquisition.
Yeah.
So we want to kind of take that full circle. So the community is self-serving. In terms of competitors on that side of things, there are people that offer kind of meetups and courses in a kind of a fragmented way to that audience, to women, but there isn't anybody that owns the territory of supporting mothers in business from idea generation to customer acquisition. So ours is about offering a full offering that really supports somebody all the way from deciding to start a business to actually finding a customer.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. Thanks.
So next we welcome Richard Kay of Shapper Home.
Hi, my name is Richard Kay, CEO and co-founder of Shapper Home, the ultimate safety app that automatically alerts if something were to go wrong. Shapper Home is designed to be the ultimate app, so whether you're going out, or coming home, you have every tool you need to be safer and alert friends and family if something were to happen. Our newest feature, Walk Safe, alerts users on knife crime, sexual assault, and robbery when walking to an unsafe street. This uses a combination of police APIs and crowdsourced data so that when you're walking along, in London, you're warned about the danger in the next street and you're able to take a different route and a safer route home. Personal attacks last year are driving awareness and concern with muggings and stabbings up to almost 38,000 last year, with female harassment being 50%. And recent surveys have shown that 28% of women and 50% of men are concerned about their safety in cities. The key focus of Shapper Home is that it allows you to plan a safer route, protect you walking through cities, and alert friends and family if there is a problem. Last year, we had a highly successful pilot showing the need for a product with a 52% conversion rate, which is far higher than the industry standard. And the key thing is, parents and partners will relax knowing that you will be alerted if there is a problem and something is to go wrong. So finally, Shapper Home, a simple mobile companion that alerts your friends and protectors whether heading out or heading home. My ask today is for an entrepreneur, or a specialist who knows how to grow mobile applications. We know there is a need for the product. We know that there's a lot of excitement. There's been a lot of media attention, and as you know in the news, there's been a lot of stabbings and problems in this sort of area. But the key thing we need is someone who knows exactly how to take a stable product that's in the market and working, but really grow it exponentially into the community, into the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So the thing that struck me really was it's great to make any kind of safety or security issues very visible, but actually there's a lot of ethical concerns that comes with that, societal and ethical concerns. So is there a danger that perhaps you might be stigmatising certain areas, impacting house prices, jobs, all of that? So how do you counter those ethical and social concerns?
So the key thing with Shapper Home compared to a lot of other applications is that we don't do full live tracking. So the idea is that if everything goes according to plan and you are safe, then parents, protectors, whatever, will just get message updates. It's only if something were to go wrong and you need to come to the system does it open up, and that's from one side. The other ethical dilemma is that we're very clear and conscious that the data we use is not about creating problems in other areas. It's more about enhancing safety and making sure that people are safe on the streets.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next is Stephen East of Genesis Technical Systems UK.
Good afternoon. Yeah, Stephen East. I run global sales and business development for Genesis Technical Systems. Hands up, who actually has fantastic broadband at home? There's a few. Thank you very much. It's interesting when you actually look around the audience and you see the number of people in the audience that have, sort of very poor broadband. You have to really reach out with your mind and actually try to understand, what that poor potential subscriber is feeling like, in some remote location, either in the UK, Canada, North America. The objective of Genesis Technical Systems is to actually create broadband equipment that will actually utilize the infrastructure that is already there today, which is actually the copper network that actually connects these very, very remote rural homes, together with actually suburban and urban homes now as well. But the focus really for us is very, very rural home locations. Now, we have a team in Coventry, 35 people, so we're a UK-based organisation. We're actually sort of pretty well funded, so we've actually got now funding all the way out through January next year, so the ask isn't that. The ask is actually sort of really to fundamentally understand, across the audience, the drive in the industry, especially with regard to BT, with regard to a complete fibre replacement strategy. We can actually sort of deliver the same bandwidth over copper, which is an existing infrastructure, as fibre can in the future. We've already heard from BT and other carriers that they're willing to invest 20, 25, 30 billion pounds in the UK to actually implement a fibre national network infrastructure connecting all of us. The issue is, of course, that our technology today, with very little impact to the environment, will actually deliver more bandwidth than we could possibly need. If you even look at South Korea has got the largest connectivity of fibre optic networks in the world. If you actually look at the broadband delivery, even in South Korea, the target that they always pay for is around about 50 megabits. So the actual requirement is actually significantly lower than the technology that we can deliver over fibre, which is now in the gigabits. So I'm delighted to be able to share with you that there's a technology company in the UK based in Coventry, 35 experts in next generation networks, and we'd be delighted to deliver services to you at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was close. The trumpeter stood up. So I'm not clear. What's the technology?
So the technology initially could be a small box that actually resides in the home and a piece of software that resides in what would be a BT exchange or data center.
Yeah.
So the entire infrastructure of BT wouldn't be affected. But by deploying that one little box and a little piece of software in the exchange, you can actually sort of get multiple times bandwidth. So if you enjoy 50 megabits today, you can actually enjoy 200 megabits tomorrow. But the impact in rural is far more significant. You can go from a few kilobits, which can't be utilized for network services, so you impact education and health and various other areas. And but those we can actually impact by 1,000-fold. So we can deliver 50, 100 megabits to homes as identified there with all the black spots, as you can see. I thought that was a perfect picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's great.
Cheers.
So next up we have Fidel Frimpong of the Artist Marketplace.
Hi guys, my name's Fidel and I'm the founder of the Artist Marketplace. Just by a wave of hands, how many people in the room know somebody who can sing, rap or play a musical instrument? Okay, perfect. And how many people know of those people, whether they get to perform regularly or get to find opportunities regularly as well? I think there's 2 people up there. Okay, so the answer is not many. The Artist Marketplace is a revolutionary solution to the live entertainment industry and to this problem. Many artists, DJs, instrumentalists, live performers in general, either do not know where to go to find performance opportunities, do not have the network to initiate performance opportunities, or simply don't understand the performance sector. And on the other hand, many end users, such as myself or anyone putting on a birthday party, simply don't have a catalogue available to them to find artists and so on and so forth. The Artist Marketplace walks the user through simple but effective artist profiles, which details every part of information about a musical artist. The idea came about from a previous venture, from putting on live music events myself and emailing and not really being able to select the artist of my choice, thus causing financial burdens and lots of failed events, essentially. Our ask today is to be introduced to major music platforms such as SoundCloud or Apple Music, which can help us drive awareness of our idea. And that is everything in a nutshell.
Brilliant, really confident. You even had time to poll the audience at the beginning and not use up your 3 minutes. So there are some marketplaces out there that are geared towards the arts sector. So I'm thinking of things like Daisy, so Game of Thrones actress that invented that. But that's very much focused on employment, really. So do you see, next stage from here, perhaps to scale, maybe collaborate with those other existing marketplaces? What's your sort of vision for the next 5 years?
So we want to keep it as central as possible and as niche as possible to musicians, so every type of musician, whether it be a drummer, whether it be a singer, whether it be a DJ. Yeah. So there's no plans to broaden it out in that way, but we want to scale and we want to then create an application which will allow more people to then book artists through a streamlined process instead of sending emails or trying to find a management team for an artist or booking agent.
The beauty industry's got that down pat now, that just absolutely, you can book hairdressers and mobile beauticians instantly, but not yet with the art sector.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, it's a real problem.
Fantastic, thank you.
No problem, thank you very much.
So next we have Will Woodhead of Mafic.
Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Will Woodhead, and I'm the co-founder of a SME developing a construction tech product called Glass. Now, Glass applies machine learning, Internet of Things, and cloud services to traditional construction industries. The problems we solve are problems similar to those that Todd has experienced. My feet hurt, my knees hurt, my shoulders crunch. I know people have hurt their backs so bad they can barely get around. Now, according to Gallup, the blue-collar workforce significantly lags all other demographics with regard to job satisfaction and employee engagement. Major infrastructure projects, on average, run 80% over budget and are 20 months late. Glass is a wearable device which fits into a hard hat, and from this, we can understand what people are doing with their hands from the movement of their head. We can also understand where they are in an indoor and outdoor environment. And so putting these two metrics together, activity and location, we have extremely powerful insights into the productivity and the efficiency of a workforce. Now, alongside the productivity, we can also use the same raw data to understand the hazardous environments within the work site. Take, for example, the noise level an individual is exposed to throughout her working day. These are logged and communicated on a real-time basis. And because that individual moves around the work site, we have a noise heat map of that environment. Glass technology has similar capabilities for slips, trips, and falls, heat stress, hand and arm vibration, as well as musculoskeletal injuries. Glass can also understand or control hazardous area exclusion zones. So take, for example, a railway renewal project. We can send an immediate notification to somebody if they start to stray onto live sections of track. So using this information from this wearable device, we want to create more transparent work sites. We want to give tradesmen and construction teams a safer, more productive place to work. We want to create exceptional workplaces. Now, at the moment, Mafic is pre-revenue. We're looking for investment, and we have a demonstrated product ready to go. We have a long-term relationship with Samsung Heavy Industries in Korea. However, given the distance, we're looking for a funded trial with a construction company in Europe or in the UK. So our ask of you here this afternoon is to please introduce us to one of three companies. The first company is DES, Defence Equipment and Support. They're responsible for delivering all of the vessels for the Royal Navy. The second company is Network Rail, and the third company is EDF, responsible for the Hinkley Point C project. The icing on the cake will be an article in a construction publication about how we've delivered value to one of these organisations. Thank you very much for listening.
Really specific asks, and I'm sure some of us here can help with those. Any questions from the judging panel? Anything you want to ask? I suppose a couple of comments and observations, really. So one is the data privacy issues around potentially your boss and your boss's boss knowing when you might have some kind of muscle weakness or some kind of health condition, right, and how you counter that. And then the third one is, yes, I guess you're targeting HS2, Crossrail, Thames Tideway, the big construction projects, but actually construction versus other industries has a significantly high proportion of self-employed and sort of unregulated and unsupported employers. So how can you help those?
So the objective of this device is to benefit the individual who's wearing it. We have to deliver value to the construction worker and then to the shareholders of these companies. So with regard to the privacy and the data side of things, all of this is anonymous. However, we can deliver personalised information back to an app to the individual. So they know when they're exceeding certain thresholds, but their employer doesn't know. The data is aggregated and the employer sees the aggregated data.
And maybe there's a possibility of somehow incorporating it into some kind of personal health record or interfacing with an NHS data set.
Yes. So general practitioners can, if you give your general practitioner access to your data, then he can use it to help diagnose an ailment. Your second question was...
how you reach those self-employed and unregulated construction workers and tradesmen, really.
Right, so at the moment we're looking at the large contractors with the larger workforces. Once we've demonstrated the value through those supply chains, we will look towards the smaller organisations.
Brilliant. Thank you. So next we have Rob Morrison of Ventive.
Thank you very much. Remember to breathe. my wife said this morning before you go on the stage, if you tend to hold your breath. So, interesting concept, good advice. But in 500,000 years of human evolution, it's not something we've ever forgotten how to do. Nowadays, however, in that evolution, we spend over 90% of our lives indoors. Sad fact, but it's true. If we compressed our evolution into 1 year, we'd only be putting ourselves in airtight insulated boxes for the last few seconds of that year. So no surprise then that we're seeing an increase in health issues that are related to airtight structures, asthma, lung, skin conditions. We're talking about healthy buildings. We haven't physiologically caught up with our own progress yet. The quality of air that we breathe is important. This has been shown in countless studies across the world. And that's where our technology comes in. So we have developed a suite of products that harness natural forces to direct airflow into and out of buildings. So we create healthy internal environments in schools, colleges, homes, commercial premises, to allow you to get on with your living whilst doing productive stuff as well. The technology that we've developed is passive ventilation with heat recovery, so we allow natural airflow to drive up and out through a building. We recover the heat as it leaves the building and put that passively into the incoming fresh air that comes in to the building. So energy efficient as well as healthy. All of our systems come preloaded with sensors, so we now sense the internal and external environment that we're in, and the systems automatically react to those environments. It also allows us to track data, performance, and re-engage with end users after we've sold them a product and moved on to another project, which is how our industry's historically worked. We've already impacted lives. We've had a lot of responses from residents saying, my health has improved. Evidence of children who've had asthma and skin conditions in unhealthy properties have come back saying that their kids are now in a better place. That leads to productivity and all sorts of good things. Recently we've developed a system that's also based for the home that generates heat and hot water. Trumpets are about, so I'm just going to say my ask very quickly. We're currently raising...
Thank you. I think the rules of the game are you're allowed to finish your sentence. So you are allowed to finish your sentence. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you. I've never had that before, so thank you. I mean, that would be my next ask. We're currently raising investment of £2 million, but to accelerate the growth that we're forecasting for that, given that we're in sales, is we need more expertise in our company. We would like to grow our board. We'd like to be introduced to leaders in construction and especially in developers in the domestic sector. So if you know of any high-level people who can help guide us towards sales into that sector, so developers of homes and buildings, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Thank
you.
I
wonder, you mentioned the end users. I wonder if you're engaging sort of going backwards a little bit, the manufacturers that are actually building the furniture that might be giving off toxic fumes, etc. So, you know, are you engaging at that end of the supply chain as well?
That's a bigger topic and not something that we're currently set up to do. I was involved in a project called HealthVent, which was the World Health Organization. We were in Brussels discussing the impact of poor internal air quality on health and the cost. Costs the NHS £1.4 billion a year to service the impact of poor internal air quality. So any trials that can involve, you know, the real impact of health from internal environment on health from internal environments would be valuable.
And I really wasn't clear. So the business model is you develop the kit, you deploy the kit, people buy the kit, or do you have a maintenance service that happens after that?
Well, we are B2B at the moment, and we're just doing some business model innovation to use our sensors and data to create a subscription model going forwards, so that we can engage the clients in 5, 10, 20-year programs of learning as well as response.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Right.
So next we have Oliver Cushin of Rights DD.
Thank you. Today, there are 16 million slaves in business supply chains. We typically think of slavery as abuse of the past, but it's not. It's a problem of our time. Indeed, over the summer, a slavery gang were convicted of abusing 400 victims right here in the UK. These guys were building sheds that were being sold in our supermarkets and selling and picking vegetables also sold in our supermarkets. So, given this problem exists in business supply chains, it is logical that companies need to take action if we are to end this trade. It's not just the ethical thing to do, it's also a legal requirement. New laws in the UK, the States, Australia and the Netherlands now require approximately 60,000 companies to report on the steps that they're taking to tackle slavery in their supply chains. We at Rights DD, who all come from business backgrounds, we know that businesses, by and large, want to do the right thing, but they lack the tools to do so. At present, the best-in-class solution is to hire lawyers and consultants to manually assess suppliers. This simply isn't scalable, and it's extremely slow and expensive. At Rights DD, we harness technology to deliver due diligence at scale. We use artificial intelligence and statistical analysis to gather data from suppliers and analyze it, comparing it against our large body of data that we have and we've collected from our own research and third-party resources. We help companies assess their supply chains, identify high-risk suppliers, manage the remediation process, and report as required to do so under these laws. We've tested our process with paying clients from around the world and from different industries, ranging from a small Irish engineering company up to a very large Japanese chemical company, and covering industries and geographies in between. So we know that companies are willing to pay for our product and that our product works. We've secured some fantastic backing, both financial and technical, but now we need to focus attention on what we're doing. The UK was the first country in the world to pass a Modern Slavery Act. We're leaders in this space, but what's less well known is the role that technology plays, and specifically the role that one tech startup, British tech startup, Rights DD, plays. So our ask today is to introduce us to people who can spread that message, specifically journalists, and even more specifically journalists covering working for major outlets. So to recap, we're tackling a major social problem, we have traction, we need to focus attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I guess there's other sectors that are already wanting to demonstrate a reliable and an ethical supply chain. So I'm thinking pharma, defence, where the security and the provenance of that supply chain is really crucial. Are you taking learnings from those sectors?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we sell across industries. Yeah. And so I think there's a lot to be learnt from them in terms of the sales process, managing data. Of course, we're dealing with extremely sensitive data. The one thing I think is different about what we're dealing with is we're focused on risk to people, not risk to companies. Now, there's a correlation there, and we deliver a lot of value to companies, but our process is unique. It is about the rights holders. And so that's why you can't really take a kind of classic risk management system and apply it to our space.
Really applicable to the fashion and retail industry right now.
Absolutely, so. And we sold to a Japanese clothing brand already. Yeah, so there's lots of movement. It's just we need to get the message out there.
Sure, we've got the ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next up we have Anna Verta-Petience of Securium.
Good afternoon. Internet is not a safe place for vulnerable to be. This is the internet that resulted in 5,000 online to change this, at Securium, we work to create a safer internet by protecting children and vulnerable online. We are a cyber intelligence company with a suite of products in conversation and content analysis. Our software detects and prevents online grooming. This is innovative as it's the only software that evaluates the emergence of grooming behavior against what is known as the cycle of entrapment, without which many of the interactions can look entirely innocent. Our technology can be used for radicalization as well as romance fraud, but our focus at the moment is child sexual abuse. Recently, with the funding from former Home Secretary, we have tested a new proof of concept and successfully completed it to adopt our capability for tackling this issue in live streaming platforms. On our content analysis side, we have a software that, given a sample material of interest, can reliably identify web location where the content has been distributed, in whole or in parts. This is useful for syndication purposes, as well as reputation management and dissemination of fake news. However, most crucial is to prevent distribution of hateful and harmful content. Our customer segments varies from social media platforms to school monitoring organizations to internet service providers and law enforcement agencies. We're engaged with market leaders of all of these segments and have agreed pilots with 2 forensic analysis companies with the referral from the Home Office. Since starting trading in October 2017, we have already secured £630,000 in contracts and funding. Our turnover has grown for over 300% from year 1, and we have already secured 200%. We can double our size as well as our turnover in 2 years again, but we want to speed up and we want to scale up. Therefore, we want to talk to the investors in the room to raise another £360,000. The money would be used to add new team members to help us quickly develop the bespoke products and facilitate commercialization. So investors in the room, please come and talk to us. At Securium, we believe safer internet is both needed and possible. So join us to make it a reality. I'm Dr. Anna Bartopetians. This is Securium, the Safer Internet Company.
Brilliant. Really interesting applications as well. So you've got a whole, on the bottom of your slide, whole load of logos there about the key partners and the market leaders you're already engaging with, or you've got pilot projects about to go.
Yes.
I'm not clear, what's next? You want to scale, but what else do you want to be doing next?
So one of the most important things for us is to find the need in particular segments to be able to go there and help them solve the problems that they have. For example, we're talking with school monitoring organizations. Under prevent duty, all the schools have to have monitoring in place to make sure that the children are safe. The existing technologies are key-based, and they cause a lot of issues, losing the trust between the students and teachers. So for us, the most important thing is to help those who deliver the safeguarding to be delivering it in the right way.
That's much more helpful, thank you. So more towards the end users, you needed access to those end users, to the schools, etc. Because those logos on the bottom there are the larger organisations, the legislative organisations and the public bodies.
So we are quite a company. We're B2B to B2C because we don't directly work with the schools, but we work with the school monitoring organizations that provide those monitoring to the schools, and we work with them as additional feature. The same with chat room providers. They have monitoring in place, so we work with school chat room moderation organizations in order to deliver that to the chat room. So we are quite a bit down the line when it comes from the users, but we always have to have an eye in safeguarding the children and the most vulnerable that they are there.
Brilliant. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
So we're well over halfway. Adam Walker and Martin Walker of Active Ledger are next.
Thank you. Sorry, Adam couldn't make it. Have you ever heard the sun generates enough energy every 2 minutes to power all human requirements for a full 12 months? Well, I reckon that statistic was calculated before blockchain was invented. Blockchain has been with us a decade now, and there are few live applications using it. That's because it's expensive to run, doesn't scale, and is only as powerful as the last computer to forge it. To forge a new block. Trouble is, blockchain has delivered a golden egg. For 10 years, it has been under attack by the world's best hackers, and they've not been able to crack it. That is 10 years of uninterrupted, decentralized, autonomous settlement. If only our banks could do the same. In 2015, my son and I wondered if it was possible to deliver the same qualities as blockchain, such as immutability, chained transaction history, and smart contracts, without the need of the energy of a small nation to run it. Moreover, could we adapt it for business in preparation for the new wave of regulations and increasing demand for transparency? Blockchain is not interoperable because it's not possible to know which machine will be completing a transaction. So it's not possible to negotiate with third-party systems during processing. Furthermore, there is increasing demand for financial transactions to complete within the physical borders of their originating authority. So could we create a new consensus that allows a smart contract to enforce sovereign regulations within sovereign borders? Active Ledger is interoperable, scalable, fast, easy to integrate, and doesn't restrict business models through tokenization and minor fees. Active Ledger is available with an MIT Open Permissive license, which means that you own the intellectual property in the code that you create. We use Active Ledger to create solutions in finance and supply chain sectors. Our customers include banks, telcos, car hire companies, and we've got a top 10 Chinese farmer with a herd of over 10.5 million animals. Inherent features of the product deliver traceability to buyers, funders, insurers, and regulators, and have changed the way they work. For example, supply chain funders can now influence borrower behavior by providing discount incentives for quality and timely production. In conclusion, Active Ledger is a decentralized ledger development platform. It's not a blockchain. It uses a fraction of the energy of blockchain, is fast, scalable, and uses smart contracts to govern rules of operation. Active Ledger needs your help. If you're a developer, please visit GitHub. If you're a business, government, or anyone who cares for data, please employ us. Thank you. Good timing.
Was that the end of your sentence?
It was.
Okay, perfect. So for little old end user me, how is Active Ledger going to change my life?
Well, it's probably going to change your life without you even knowing it. The idea is it enables data to be shared between, for example, supply chain organizations and improve the way they deliver, and they will then be able to offer you better services. So, for example, you will be able to notify a delivery person that you've changed your mind about a particular delivery time or date or something like that, and they will instantly get access to that data and know that it's reliable because they know it will have come from you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So next we have Gabrielle Patrick of NABU.
Hi everyone, my name is Gabrielle Patrick. I'm the CEO of a company called NABU. NABU stands for U-Bank spelled backwards. And we solve the problem of access to funds and financial services. We do this in 3 ways. The first is we are a blockchain technology company, and we understand the problem of losing keys. In the blockchain ecosystem, if you lose your keys, you lose access to your funds forever. And so we've developed a multi-signature process whereby we act as a backup and key confirmation service. This is significant because the blockchain ecosystem is estimated to reach a value of £20 billion by 2030. And so we are one of the few companies that developed this solution, which we needed to solve our own problem to recover keys for digital assets. And this is our major source of revenue to date. The second way we solve the problem of access to funds and financial services is we use blockchain technology to act as wholesale payments infrastructure at 75% less of the cost and speed of what usually exists today. So if you wanted to send funds to the United States, to Africa, to Asia, for example, Typically, it would take 2 to 3 days for those funds to arrive and may cost up to 7 to 13% of the transaction costs. We have developed a system for which we now have FCA application written approval, whereby we could deliver those funds in 5 minutes or less at up to 75% less of the transaction costs. So that is our second solution. Our third and final solution, again, is a problem that we were experiencing that we look to solve for ourselves. And that's the problem of accessing basic business banking. Last week, Thursday, we actually received our 8th banking rejection letter. Why? Because we're an innovative company, because they don't understand the model, because they don't understand the risk matrix. And so we are currently in our bank application process. We've been in this process for 1.5 years to act as a deposit-taking solution, a digital custody bank with blockchain auxiliary services. We would be servicing and filling a large gap in the market. Today, 60% of SMEs are underserved. Companies like ourselves that are looking to push forward innovation simply do not have basic business banking, which we view as a basic commercial right. So our ask today is, if you're a payments company, a regulated entity looking for cheap wholesale payments infrastructure, we'd like to talk to you. If you're a blockchain technology company pitching today, we'd like to talk to you. And if you're an investor looking to be involved in a future digital custody bank with blockchain auxiliary services that are already live in the market, we'd also like to hear from you. Thank you.
It was close. They stood up.
Just in the nick of time.
So what's the pathway to user adoption for you? How are you going to grow your user base?
Well, we already have live services in the market. We're oversubscribed with service. The problem really now is funding. We really need to hire the people we need to operate at scale.
Okay.
The 3 revenue streams that I talked about, the blockchain security services, we are totally oversubscribed. In fact, we launched a new website today, which is www.nabu.io. And the banking services, we need the people to populate and to hire in order to receive our restricted license.
Brilliant, thank you. That's nabu.io. Thank you, Gabrielle. So next up we have Richie Francis of Notif ID.
Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Richie Francis. I'm a software developer and the CEO of Notified. I'd like to talk to you this afternoon about identity theft. Identity theft is one of the fastest growing crimes in the UK, and Experian estimate that this crime costs the UK economy in the excess of £5.4 billion per year. This is not just a UK-wide problem, this is a global problem. I became intrigued by this crime after hearing that 2 of my colleagues had fallen victim to it, with one of the frauds amounted to in excess of £3,000 on credit cards, store cards and mobile phones. The services that we currently have today are reactive. They depend on a change in your credit score to alert you to a fraud or a potential fraud. By that point, it's too late, it's already happened. Or you could opt for CFAS's protective registration, but by their own admission, they say that it's not for everybody and it can slow the application process down. So for me, we need a system that is preventative, not reactive, for everyone, and it's fast. We have 2-factor authentication on our apps and our phones, so why not our identities? Do we really know who's behind a computer screen? I would suggest that £5 billion lost to fraud says no, we don't. So that is exactly how I've designed and developed Notified, to sit in the middle of the application process, allowing retailers and companies to ask specific questions of the applicant that they can't possibly do today. The responses to those questions would be one-time passcodes or certain characters from a memorable word or phrase to allow that process to continue. That information wouldn't be available to fraudsters because it's not freely available. My hope, dream and aspiration, if you like, is to work in partnership with the UK banks and retailers to bring Notified to market. I would hope that the banks could offer Notified as a bolt-on service to their existing customers, and that way we get a database of identities to protect. Without collaboration, we will not win the fight against identity theft, but we can win it by working together. So my ask today, ladies and gentlemen, anybody from the retail sector or financial sectors that shares my vision that identity theft is actually a problem. Remember, £5 billion per year in the UK alone, and it's not just the cost of business. I would love to speak to them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Any questions from the judging panel? No hands. Okay, so what's the business model? How are you going to make money from this?
Well, I see it with the banks offering it as a service to their customers. There is currently the alert system through Experian and Equifax that people do pay for. Yeah. So the same model could be applied through the banks. They could offer the service for, I don't know, let's say £10 a year. Mm-hmm. That would be split between Notified to run the service and the bank itself. So there are different models there. Or the banks, if they wanted to fund it themselves, that's entirely up to them. So there are options.
Yeah. Okay, I guess there's also DVLA, NHS, others as well that hold confidential
yeah,
information.
Absolutely. It's not just limited to credit agreement applications. We know that the Government Gateway ID is in effect with Barclays and other associations. So it's like that, but for retail environment. So yeah, there's plenty of scope for different applications of it. But initially, that's what we're going to focus on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Daniel George of StepX.
Dan, I'd like to tell you about StepX. StepX is providing the next generation of student finance called income share agreements, which provides qualification finance in return for a percentage of future income for 5 years. So in the UK, the highest salaries typically go to people with a very expensive qualification that can cost up to £90,000. And this is repaid many times over by the incomes that these professionals earn over their lifetime. Government funding isn't available for many of these high-cost courses, which means the less wealthy majority are excluded from these professions. Private finance should fill this void, but it doesn't, because the only thing people can get for finance is debt today. And debt has a problem where if you judge someone on the income they've previously earned, someone at the beginning of their career, that doesn't work for. So in July, StepX was granted first FCA authorisation for finance for people that's not debt, called income share agreements, which means we can provide finance for people based on who they will become, not based on their personal or family wealth, in time-bound, income-linked repayments, which will allow people from less wealthy backgrounds to access those professions and those qualifications. So I want to put this in a bit of context. So for businesses, if they want to improve and grow, they have two options. They can get debt or they can get equity. And debt is great for a big business with a long trading history. Equity is good for a newer business where they give investors upside, participation in their success, in return for the uncertainty of the outcomes they'll provide. And also in doing so, they avoid fixed repayments that are likely to cripple their cash flow, put them in financial distress in the early years of their trading. So income share agreements are exactly like equity, but for people. So I want to give you some real-life stories around the first income share agreements we're going to issue. So one is called Jyoti. He's halfway through an MBA at a top university, and he's got an employment contract as an AI software engineer at a top technology firm. Unfortunately, he couldn't secure finance for his final course payment. He was faced with having to drop out of his course and lose that employment contract. Thankfully, we can now provide him an income share agreement, so that success now will be his and he can secure his future. Another one is Lionel. He grew up without a home for most of his life, so neither of these people had the bank of mum and dad to fall back on. And he wanted to become a lawyer. He got a partial scholarship to do a Master of Law. He couldn't secure finance to fund the rest of the course fees. We can provide him that through an income share agreement. So our ask today, don't want to get the trumpets on, we're looking for funds to underwrite this. So we're in the middle of a fundraising round now. We've got $500,000 committed. We'd like as much as possible because the demand for this type of finance is huge. The other thing we're looking for is partnerships with financial institutions and family offices to provide a competitive yield, diversified asset that has a true social impact. Thank you very much.
Just in the nick of time there, what's been the biggest factor so far that's limited your growth?
The first was the regulation. Trying to get through a completely new financial product through the FCA in the midst of Brexit was hard. We overcame that in July. The next one is actually getting funds through financial institutions to underwrite this. Yeah. A lot of them require you to have a 3-year track record, which is quite exclusive of new products. We've found a family office and 2 wealth managers who are going to come on board with us, but we need more. We need as many as possible. So any introductions to asset managers who don't need a 3-year track record, we'd love to speak to you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So next up we have Rohan Rabello of Comma Care.
Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Makes you notice, doesn't it? Have you wondered how fortunate you are that you're able to do your daily activities with great ease? Imagine those that cannot. It's time that we paused and be thankful for it. I am Rohan Rabello from Comma Care. We took a step forward from that particular pause. Comma Care is a healthcare technology startup helping disabled people with technology so that they can get jobs, increase literacy rate, and help the UK economy. The UK spends around £28.1 billion every year on the visually impaired and the blind in direct and indirect costs. The current technology, assistive technology that is available to people is quite expensive and bulky. In the UK alone, there are 2 million people that are blind, and 1% of them is literate. So what we're trying to do is increase this literacy rate. So we have developed a solution, a low-cost solution, affordable, pocket-sized, and we have named it Keller One. So you can see the name Keller One reflects a Helen Keller sentence as well. So what does Keller One do? So it's a device that you can, a blind person can use to navigate through your phone, text, call, listen to music, do everything that a normal person would do. Imagine this device as an Apple Watch for the blind. So in line with the company's vision of providing affordable technology, what we're trying to do is we're selling 2 products for free for every 10 products sold. What are we asking today? We seek professional support in product development. Our prototype is currently ready, and we seek £100,000 to get started with, and also access to RNIB and NHS procurement departments. By doing this, we're creating opportunities for the disabled people and for us. We are Comma Care. Thank you.
Thanks, Rohan. You mentioned the prototype's almost ready. How did it get to that stage? Who's on your team?
My co-founder, Abdul, is on the team as well. So we came up with this idea. We both are engineers. We are from the University of Leeds. So we endorsed by the University of Surrey.
Yep.
So we came up with this idea together because particularly I have some physical disability as well. Like I'm partially blind. And my university supported me through the process, like giving me extra time in my assignments and stuff like that. So we came up with this plan where we want to help people that actually cannot do anything at all. So this is how we came up with the plan.
And what technical disciplines do you and your co-founder bring?
I'm a mechanical engineer myself, and Abdul is an embedded systems engineer.
Okay.
And I'm very interested in the entrepreneurship side of the business, and I'm trying to do the business part of the business.
Great, thank you very much. So next up we have Ivo Gormley of Good Gym.
Good afternoon. So if I could ask you quickly to put up your hand if you would like to do a little bit more exercise than you currently do. That's good. And who out of you, if you put your hand up again, if you would like to do a little bit more to help your local community than you currently do? So it's also a lot of you. So what I'm going to try and convince you in the next 2 minutes and 50 seconds is that doing both those things at the same time can make you extremely happy and is also a very efficient way to live. So this whole project started out solving my own problem, which was that I wasn't exercising. I used to play a lot of basketball, and then I stopped. I didn't have a team anymore, and my friends were saying, Ivo, I think you should go to the gym. And I just didn't like that idea of going into a sweaty basement and paying loads of money to lift things that don't really need lifting and to run nowhere on a treadmill. There was surely something better that could happen with that energy. It was literally a waste of time and energy. So instead, I started running to deliver the newspaper to an older neighbour. He was a guy called Terry. He was in his 60s. He had various long-term conditions, and he was stuck at home. There are about 1 million people in the UK who are always or often lonely, and he was one of them. And so he gave me that motivation to run. I'd go and deliver him the newspaper on Tuesdays and Thursdays. He told me he needed to hurry up, then he also needed to do press-ups. And so for me, it was that excellent motivation to go running, even on a night where it was cold and rainy outside. And for him, it was that friendly human contact. No one else would visit him on those days, and no one else would actually visit him at all. It wasn't paid to see him, so it was a real friendship that emerged over the years. And so that's the basic concept that I've tried to scale up. That you can actually use your exercise to help your community. We now also do group sessions where groups of 20 or 30 of us will run to go and do manual labour for community projects. We've helped with schools, with playgrounds, with community gardening projects, with food banks. Anything that is manual labour for the good of the public, we run there and turn it into a workout. It's like a sort of running flash mob for good. We also do what we call missions, which is one-off help for isolated older people who are stuck at home. So it can take you literally 2 minutes to stop off on your run to go and change the light bulb of someone who is less mobile and can make a huge difference to their life. We're now operating in 54 cities around the UK. We have 15,000 members across the UK. We're probably the biggest running club in the UK now. But we think that there's so much more to do. There are so many more people that could benefit. There are so many more fantastic community organisations that could benefit. And most of all, it makes us happy. We are rebuilding a sense of connection, a sense of purpose in life to people's lives, rebuilding connections, local connections that have been lost. This is fantastically impactful on the well-being of both the runners and of the older people that we're working with. What we would like your help with is to engage your workforce, whether you are HSBC or Bosch, whether you are a big company or a small company. We'd love to work with your employees to grow this and to make a much bigger difference. Thank you.
Thanks. I feel the pain of what you said there, lifting things that don't need lifting.
Come for a run.
So I've come across Good Gym. I feel like it's been really well profiled on social media. You know, I've heard of it. It's kind of out there. What else are you asking the pitch community to do?
We would love to involve your employees. You know, 15,000 people. We think we could be 10 times the size relatively easy. People want to do this. We just need to be able to provide more. If we can collaborate with you, we can improve staff well-being. We can make a bigger impact. We can help integrate your organisations with the community around you, and we can also make people happy. So if you can do that, we can then reach many more people.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up we have Dan Wakerley of Pillar.
Hi guys, thanks for sticking with us. This is usually the carbohydrate-induced slump period and you've had a lot of information. I won't poll the audience because Ivo's already done it about those people who are engaged in exercise, so I'm going to talk to you for a couple of minutes about that. Many of us who exercise regularly use a tracker to get a rough idea of where we're at, be that our Garmin, our Fitbit or our Apple Watch. We might read online about how to improve. We might track our calories with something like MyFitnessPal. What I'd like you to do today is to imagine a world where you didn't just track what you did, but you were advised on what you should do based on your complex and changing personal circumstances and all of your personal history. Knowing what works for you is complex. For example, it's not just about your genes, it's about how you've lived your life. Imagine this wasn't just advice, but the coach helped you do what it advised you to do. Be that ordering something on your behalf from a food delivery service that was just right for you, booking a physio class, or indeed any other type of exercise class. Imagine this coach was friendly and knew you weren't a robot and held you accountable sometime, but not all of the time. Well, at Pillar, we're making that world a reality. We're building a digital angel on your shoulder, which is at once your coach and assistant, to help give you intelligent and holistic advice across the 4 key drivers of your health and fitness: exercise, nutrition, rest, and rehabilitation. these 4 pillars up here. We call these the pillars of your physical fitness and health, and they all need to be in balance. You can interact with pillar as you like to. If you want to get into the detail, you can, or if you want to keep it simple and focus on 1 or 2 things, you can do that too. So we've worked with leading sports and medical scientists from Liverpool John Moores University who have supported some of the most successful sports teams worldwide, such as Team Sky Cycling and England Rugby, and we all hope they're really much more successful in the few weeks to come. We wanted to replicate the type of support that they give their professional teams and give individuals as much of that as they wanted to support their own goals. So to date, we've created an algorithm that advises you exactly what to do from a training and nutrition perspective and that moves with you, no matter what you do. And we're extending this out to multiple sports. My ask would be capital, advice and network, but really one man in particular, and that's a guy called Sir Jim Ratcliffe, who's a highly experienced entrepreneur and knows all about this space.
Dan. So if anyone can make that intro to Sir Jim, one thing I'm thinking of, any kind of fitness app, it's a bit like gym membership.
Mm-hmm.
Best of intentions, you adopt it, you go regularly, and then it kind of wanes.
Yep.
So what kind of nudge, behavioural insight stuff have you built into your app to make sure that people's motivation is maintained?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things. I think fundamentally a lot of what's out there in the market is deeply inflexible. So it doesn't account for the fact that you might go through a spate of wanting to improve for something and other times you might be in maintenance mode.
Yep.
And I think that flexibility comes from our learning algorithm and the fact that it can continually optimize to you allows it to engage on the level that you want to be engaged with at that time. So that flexibility is important, but there's also a lot of nudging. And what we can do is we can pick up when you're at a low ebb at the same time every week, for example, and when you need a push, and how you like to be pushed. You know, this is a character thing. Some people are, you're kind of type A kind of people who expect things in a certain format. Other people need a more sensitive approach. So it's about getting that timing right. And it's also about getting that approach right so that it's more human.
Quick question, how many users have you got at the moment?
So we've got 50 people currently who have been using the platform, and we've got a couple hundred more who have signed up, and we've recently signed with a large human coaching company for another 1,500. But we're reskinning the product at the moment, and then we'll be releasing it to those people.
Brilliant, thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for your seminar. We're nearly there. So YJ Akiode of the Kidpreneur Club.
Afternoon. My name is YJ Akiode. I'm the CEO of the Kidpreneur Club. I have an 8-year-old son. He might not necessarily be described as book smart, but he's extremely creative and loves to take risks. A trait that might not necessarily be appreciated in the typical classroom setting. Having recently completed my MBA here at the University of Surrey, during one of our sessions, I was inspired to create something that he could engage in. Coincidentally, his school were looking for after-school club ideas, so I took the opportunity as an entrepreneur and I moved in. The Kidpreneur Club is simply an after-school club where we teach children the basics of entrepreneurship and money management through hands-on skills sessions and in a very fun atmosphere. In an age where children lack the basic level of resilience, we believe that entrepreneurship education has the likelihood to encourage a higher level of social and emotional well-being, as well as teach children personality traits and characteristics that they should be aiming to hone. Traits such as grit, resilience, tenacity, curiosity, problem solving, and above all, self-belief. We actually believe that there is tremendous value in getting children involved in entrepreneurial activities in their formative years. Amazingly, 60% of the children I currently work with are within the ADHD and autistic spectrum. They are highly expressive and very creative. And so we believe that what makes for a great business idea is a creative mind, and children are masters at creativity. We're out to look out and discover a next Richard Branson, who might not necessarily love schoolwork, but will look forward to an after-school club where they can channel their energies appropriately. Our goal is to really extend the frontiers of classroom learning. And today our ask is simple. We need endorsements. We need endorsements from well-meaning individuals from this room and beyond, from organizations who believe in the future of our young children, as we believe that this would go a long way in helping schools realize the importance of entrepreneurial education and embrace it. Thank you.
Clearly benefits, lots of benefits there, lots of transferable skills. I wonder if there's a parallel piece of work that you're focusing on around the policy framework. So do you need, in order for this to be rolled out and be successful at scale, do you need to start working with government on what curricula looks like in schools as well?
I think so. I think we need to do that because it's I noticed that when I go to schools, although most of them have school clubs that are filled up already, so we actually need government to help us, make this happen, where they can...
That leadership.
Exactly, where they can actually inculcate it into their curriculum in some sort of way. Yeah.
And just a suggestion, maybe think about pairing up with anchor institutions, universities like Surrey and others across the UK that have student enterprise activities already, different age group, different focus, but the practice is there, the programmes are there.
Yeah.
So. Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So next up, and I think our final pitch entrepreneur, you will be relieved, is Richard Evans of the Profs.
Thank you. Thank you. Bad news, I am last, but good news, I need all of your help on our mission to halve the number of university student dropouts in the UK. I'm Richard Evans, and over the past 5 years, it has been my greatest pleasure to have founded the Profs. We're a network of over 500 ex-academics, including rocket scientists at CERN, including the ex-managing directors of Nomura Bank, UBS, and Lehman Brothers. Absolutely outstanding, world-class educators who can help us to tackle this problem. What do? We pair them with university students at high risk of dropping out. Over the past 5 years, we have supported 7,000 students through their university journey. But we're barely denting this huge number of 43,000 students dropping out every single year. And the wrong people are paying for it. Our students pay for the education, which helps keep them at university. For the VCs in the room, we've done over 8 million in sales self-funded. But it's time to shift that cost onto those who have the greatest financial benefit from this. Paul Hamlin Foundation's research, in conjunction with 15 universities, estimated that the average cost of a student dropout is between £25,000 and £33,000 to that university. Of course, that's how we get this number of 1.1 to 1.4 billion being leaked out of the university system each and every year. We've been voted the highest rated education company on Trustpilot the last 4 years running, and we've got a product that helps. 20 to 30 hours with one of these life-changing educators. And we needed to prove this works, which is why we've been hunkered down the past 5 years. We have piloted with Oxbridge College our solution of widening participation and retention. And we were absolutely delighted that every single student who helped us and worked with us in 2019 through this pilot has continued at a Russell Group university. This is a great achievement, meaning we now have the evidence base to show that our solutions work, the partners to start scaling it, the energy to make it happen, and an army of online trained educators to help this innovation in an industry that is ripe and in need of it. Our ask today is very simple. We need to help student by student, department by department, and of course university by university. So any connections to universities are helpful, but heck, whilst we're here, I would like an introduction to Max Liu, the Vice-Chancellor of Surrey University. Thank you very much.
cheeky ask there. I'm sure we can make that happen.
Hunt them down, if not, it's fine.
So really worthy calls, wide participation. It's good to have an intervention that's been designed.
Yeah.
Who else are you competing with in the space?
This is the amazing thing. Each university has their, as I'm sure many people know, the 60-page document of a widening participation and access plan, as well as retention departments. But most universities are trying to do it individually, and there are conferences, but there is no in-house, but there's no one providing a truly external education solution. And it's a great day when Oxford phone you up asking, hey, we could do some help with education. It's a good endorsement, and it's difficult to sell education to universities, but it is the life-changing experts that we work with that make the difference. So there are no clear competitors in this space who are providing one-to-one education to solve this education problem.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
So that closes the pitching session. Thank you to all the brilliant entrepreneurs. Thank you to our judges as well. You've got some tough decisions ahead. Audience, please do cast your votes. Judges, you can make your way to the judging room in a second to deliberate. And we're just going to take a short comfort break, maybe 10 minutes, because we're a little bit behind schedule. Thank you.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, did you enjoy the pictures? They're good, aren't they? Oh, right. I did say play it, please cast your vote. In case... Okay, so I think we all want to find out who's going to boot camp. 1, 2 or 3 entrepreneurs that you've heard from. So next I invite His Royal Highness back up to the stage to announce the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, my 3 are standing at the back. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, again, thank you very much indeed to the University of Surrey for their hospitality and letting us come here today. It's been absolutely fantastic. And I'd also like to say thank you to all our entrepreneurs who have done a magnificent job of asking for one ask, in most cases, and actually getting the message across about what it is that you want us to do for you. It doesn't make any difference whether you get a buy-through or not. You will all be considered for the boot camp stage, but it's just 3 of you that are getting through today. All of you will get notification from my team as to how we think we can add value. I've already told one of you that I'm going to help him because actually I'm doing something for the small island developing states anyway. So he's actually quite useful. Wrong ask. Richard Branson doesn't know anything about this, so don't bother. All right? We'll get you in touch with the right people who can actually do something about it. And there were 1 or 2 others that we've had immediate thoughts about that we can help. So without further ado, the 3 that the judges, and I have to say, there was a good deal of correlation between the audience vote and the judges' voting, or their deliberations. And I can tell you that at least half a dozen of you who had highly recommended, beyond the 3 that are going through. And the 3 that are going through are Good Gym, the Bio Factory, and Securium. All of you must have done some sort of training before this because your timing was far too good. So one of the other things that I'm going to do now is that I'm going to take the clock away because they've got a massive clock here, which you can't see. Or we're going to lose a few seconds or gain a few seconds just as a misdistraction because you're getting too good at this. But thank you all very much indeed for the effort and time that you have expended today. I know there's another session about to start, but thank you all very much indeed. And thank you again to the audience. Remember, I'm sure that you will have some sort of connection that you can make. And if you haven't got a connection, I'm sure there's something that you can do that will enhance and help these businesses. And if you haven't in the short period of time that you've had in the break to already make contact, you know where they are. They're all here, and they're wearing those red badges because they are the ones in the frame today. They're not allowed red badges at the next stage. They get a different colour because they're alumni. They've done it. Actually, no, for boot camp and no, it's only after pitch. No, you've still got the red ones to come. But thank you all very much indeed, and again to Surrey University, thank you very much indeed for your hospitality. Thank you.
And congratulations to the winning 3. So welcome back from the break. We now come to the afternoon keynote by Irene Graham, OBE. So Irene is the CEO and board director of the Scale Up Institute, a former senior banker at Standard Chartered Bank, where she held both European and global managing director roles. Before joining the Scale Up Institute, she was managing director at the British Bankers Association. She led the Business Finance Task Force set up by the CEOs of the UK banks, which resulted in the creation of the BGF, the Enterprise Research Centre, the SME Finance Monitor and Mentors Me, as well as being responsible for new export and business policy initiatives, including the Small Business Act, expanded UKEF products and open banking, which Irene advised government and industry upon. She's a visiting professor of entrepreneurship at Strathclyde University, a strategic partner of the University of Surrey, that is, and holds non-executive director and advisory roles across the creative, business and finance communities. Irene's going to take us on a journey from the picture's early stage startups to scale-ups and outline the critical role that we in the audience can play.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. What terrific pictures we had just a moment ago as well. And I think a lot of the themes that our entrepreneurs came forward with there will resonate in some of the things that we're going to talk about now. And I'm hoping this clicker is working. Chaps. Are we on? Very good. It's not working at the moment. Okay. The Scale Up Institute was formed by the private sector at the end of 2015 because we overall have a problem in the UK with our overall activities as a start-up versus scale-up nation. This is going to be difficult to know, isn't it? We're very good at starting businesses in the UK. We start several hundred thousand a year, but we're very bad at growing them. And we're 13th in the world when you compare us to our international counterparts. As a colleague of ours would say, it's great in terms of bringing a child into the world. It's a bit like bringing a business into the world. Very easy to start, but not that easy to grow and mature that overall business into its next stage of growth. And when we look at European statistics, we see around 2 million businesses started, but only 0.17% of them ever getting to a stage of growth. And that's why pitchatpalace is so important in terms of our activities today. Sorry, is there something I can do with this? I'm going to stop because it is really distracting for all of you as I try and move through this. Is there something I should be doing with this clicker differently? And I'm asking the tech team at the back.
The clicker's not working, so you just have to ask the next slide. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Why don't I do it without it and we'll just talk and you can all get the slides subsequently. So we're great at starting up. We're terrible at growing companies. We're 13th in the world overall. And we've been, as the Scale Up Institute, trying to assess why that is. Because when we talk about our business community here in the UK, we often talk about the small, medium enterprises of this economy that are the backbone of the UK economy. And indeed they are. We've got about 5.9 million SMEs today, and they drive around 1.9 trillion into the UK economy and hundreds of thousands of jobs. But we can't look at small and medium-sized enterprises just as one homogenous group. There is a component of those businesses, 36,500 that are driving 1.3 trillion of that overall turnover and growth of the UK economy. So 5.9 SMEs driving 1.9 trillion. 36,500 of those are really our growth champions. They're the scaling businesses who are driving 1.3 trillion into the UK economy. And so we have to fix the issues we have as a country in terms of our ability to allow our startups to actually scale up and sustain that scalability. Because when we look at the companies, and many of the entrepreneurs we heard today, they have solutions that are very innovative and they're very internationally focused as well. And our scaling businesses are more innovative and more international than the rest of their peers. They're also incredibly productive, and they're also employing the in their local communities. So one of our missions is to make sure that the UK becomes far better at growing a company in every area of the country. Because at the top level, we've got 36,500 scale-ups, and that is gradually growing. But when we started our journey at the end of 2015, not every area of the country was actually growing businesses, or even had scale-ups that were showing growth. We now are beginning to see that change. And the only way we can affect that change is by working as an ecosystem to deliver that change. When we talk to our scaling businesses, and you heard from many of the entrepreneurs today, there are several core factors that will drive their growth and that they see as challenges. First is the access to talent. How do we get the right people into the business quickly, efficiently, from at home and overseas? How can we connect some of the great graduates that this university and others have into those businesses? Because many of them are not known. Many of our graduates still today look at the FTSE 100 as the place to go for their next career. But actually, these innovative businesses, these growth businesses, have got far more opportunity, and we need to create that connection far better, which is why today is such a great opportunity. Hopefully, University of Surrey graduates will now be getting jobs in the businesses that you heard from. Also, it's building out that leadership capability. When you're growing really fast, and you can start maybe with a couple of you as founders, and suddenly look round and you've got 10, then you've got 50, then you've got people overseas, how do you grow that business and build that leadership? And I know Priya talked earlier about the culture within the company and how one develops that as you grow. We've done some work with the University of Cambridge and the University of Oxford. One of the things we looked at with the Cambridge University team was how important was getting systems in early to the company's journey. And what we found is that actually, if you get the right tools into the company early on, the right client relationship management tools, things that are sometimes when you're starting out and growing really fast, not a big focus for you, but the difference between your growth can be a very painful takeoff to one that really jettisons up really well. So there's really importance about getting that leadership team, getting the right non-executive directors in, getting the right mentors in, getting the right board structures, and our growing companies say they want more help with that. We then look at markets, access to markets, and many of the businesses, it was great to hear it today, they need access to markets, they need your contacts. We need to get better within our corporate world, within our government world, at local authority level, at university level, in making sure these businesses can actually provide solutions to you and know whom to work with. So we're doing a lot of tracking as to how well is national government being an anchor client to these businesses, how well are initiatives like the FCA Sandbox doing in enabling our fintech businesses to enter the market more quickly. They are examples, the FCA Sandbox, of a great initiative that exists in the finance sector to try and bridge that gap of entry and growth quickly. We don't have that in every other sector, yet we probably should. And it's those sort of initiatives that we need to get better at, because it's really hard to navigate a large corporate and get into the sales cycle, or a large government environment and get into the sales cycle. And we believe there's practices that can be developed to make that better. Internationalization is also a critical part. Most of our scaling businesses have aspirations to be global. Many of them are already global today. And they're not just exporting to Europe and the US, but they're exporting to Asia, Africa, the Middle East. But they don't necessarily have the sales team or the scale of teams that some of our larger corporates have, or our government has, in being able to access those markets quickly and efficiently. So how we tie that better together, how we get the export strategy very focused as we head into the headwinds as well of Brexit, in enabling these businesses to get overseas quickly is critical. The Go to Grow programme in London, run by successive mayors, is a great example of where they've taken growing businesses as a group, in a group cohort, into markets and develop their opportunities. And we want to see that happening in every city in the country. We've recently seen the Global Scale-Up programme launch in Manchester. I met that team today. They are collaborating with London, and we see more opportunity available for that, because these connections are really important, and it's quite and should be more simple for us to do. Many people think that finance was going to be the #1 issue for our scaling businesses. So it was always going to be about getting the money from investors into the business, but that consistently is, yes, an important aspect to their growth, and getting the right growth capital aligned to the opportunity that they have. But talent, leadership and market access are far outweighing that access to finance. element. What we have to do, and I see Nigel's in the audience from Innovate UK, is make sure, and we've got our British Business Bank colleague, I think Steve Atherlett's still here as well. What we have to do as a country is we've got a lot of capital at the moment based in London, but we don't have that connectivity to the regions as well as we might. So we're putting a lot of focus at the moment in looking at how do we get the right regional angel networks, how do we build on university initiatives to help those, expansion of angel investors, the expansion of VCs, connect VCs into local businesses in the local area, and also encourages those businesses to see the opportunities in IPOing as well. So much of our work has also been focused on what we call patient capital, having capital that goes through that growth stage, that allows a company to take on an angel, and allows that angel ultimately to exit and then have further investment coming from elsewhere. So finance and that investment landscape is also critical. And then infrastructure. And by infrastructure, we don't just mean the digital and transport, but very importantly, businesses in this locality here have a need to be able to grow in their local communities. The one overriding factor that our local scale-up businesses say is that they want services that help their infrastructure, their finance, their leadership, their markets, their talent, delivered to them locally in the local areas in which they have set up and want to grow. And that's why we've been very focused on working across this country with all the local enterprise partnerships, with universities, with Scotland, with Northern Ireland as well, and working out what we need to do at the local ecosystem level, because it is that local access they want more and sustained support from. And they want it most from the ability to connect with their peers locally and be able to meet with them, to connect with the universities and the local business schools, and to be helped on that leadership journey. And for our government services, which there are a plethora, they really want local connection. So what we see, where things are working really well, is there's relationship management for these businesses at a local level, connecting them in to their local environment and the services available also nationally. One of the other critical factors is knowing these businesses. Today is a great way in which you can actually get to know some of the businesses that are growing, and I'm sure there's many, some of them you might have heard of, many that you haven't. So what we're trying to do is track as well and make more visible and celebrated the businesses that exist, and how do we actually do that using data from Companies House, but also using data from HMRC, where we can track very clearly NI and VAT and get them connected into services. So we've been running some pilots with HMRC on businesses that we don't know today, reaching out to them, giving them information and connecting them to local services, which resulted in Thames Valley, a business that didn't know anything about its local growth hub, didn't know about the grant programmes available, getting £300,000 of investment simply by harnessing data, sending a letter, allowing that business to action and be introduced to an environment where it got connected and then got funding, which is why I think the themes that you've been hearing from the Duke earlier about connectivity, what you have available here in this audience, is very important. So we've been focused on how do we connect the financiers, the corporates, the government, local and nationally, the media, into our scaling community and create that ecosystem that works effectively. But it's also really difficult to navigate for a business. I mean, there's all this plethora of potential support out there, what really works, what doesn't. So we've been mapping what is available to solve the issues that our scaling businesses face. We've worked out there's about 219 programmes that purport to help scale up businesses today. 1 in 3 of those is European funded, so we've got some issues to address going forward, potentially in sustaining that funding level. Many of them didn't exist before 3 years ago, so that's great. We've got more private and public sector and education sector looking at these businesses. However, out of those 200, we've endorsed currently, and by endorsed it means the Scale Up Institute to put it through a very rigorous assessment process, including peer groups from academia, to decide whether they are really showing impact and what's being delivered really is delivering impact to the businesses. And therefore, one of the things we will be bringing online in November is a digital tool which will allow businesses to search what's available and to also see what has real impact and what programmes they could aspire to go on to next from Pitch at the Palace, from the Goldman Sachs £10,000 business programme to 10KSB to the Cranfield Management Business Programme. So a whole range of others. It's great to hear Surrey works with Strathclyde, who've got their Growth Advantage programme as well. So we're very focused with working with private, public and education sector on scaling up. We think we have a 10-point plan that needs to be addressed between the private and the public sector. We're on our journey, but if I leave you with one thing, as those of you in education or the corporate world or finance, don't think of our small, medium-sized enterprise business community as one homogenous mass. You need to tailor your services. Our startups are pipeline. Our SMEs, yes, they're core to the country. But if we are going to deliver further value into this country and address the export challenge, it's really knowing who your customers are and who those businesses are that are growing and have that aspiration to scale, and really leaning in towards them if we're going to make a difference. So thank you very much. I'll stop there and open up for any questions.
So we've got some time now for audience Q&A. There are roving mics, so if you put your hands up, we'll try and get one to you. One thing I wanted to ask actually is the role that the Scale Up Institute plays in informing and influencing policy. So what have you achieved since you've been in formation in regards to that?
No, that's a great question, Claire. So originally a report was written that was called the Scale Up Report by Sherry Kutu. And for any of you who've been involved in government reports, they can just stay on the shelf and not go anywhere. But the private sector thought it was so important they crowded together to create the Scale Up Institute, as a consequence of which a Scale Up Task Force was formed as part of the industrial strategy. So Scale Ups are now firmly embedded into the industrial strategy. Scale Ups are a fundamental plank of the British Business Bank and the Innovation UK's strategy. It's also within DIT. So we're seeing far more, and it was lovely to see the introduction, the use of scale and growth being embedded into our UK language, and also the strategies of both the private and the public sector. So that's public sector aspects. I think Rohit's here from Barclays Bank. They've created a high growth relationship management team because of the work that we've been doing.
Yeah, one of our judges for today. Thank you. Any questions for Irene? One, Michael, yes.
Irene, thank you for that. I think you mentioned that we were about 13 globally in scale. What can we learn from other countries, and who's doing it really well?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things we can learn from other countries. One is Denmark. Denmark has a growth hub environment, which we've imparted a lot of learnings from that environment into our own English UK environment as well. So we have something, for those of you that may know, growth hubs around the country, but they've all working very differently and in different ways. So what we've tried to impart is how do you, through that channel, actually coordinate services that are public services in the local environment, and how do you properly relationship manage businesses on that growth journey, as many of us do in the private sector, through what is available both in the private and public sector. So Denmark does it very well. Israel and others are doing very well on their visa arrangements, so they're far better. And Estonia is an example as well, far better at getting quicker visas in to businesses that are growing who need talent from overseas. The US, of course, has had a better patient capital and institutional investor base, and we're taking learnings from that into here for what the UK can develop through its institutions. So, you know, there's a number of countries that do things better. I did have a French entrepreneur question how come they were better, but again, I think their public sector does a lot in terms of anchoring, and the US does this as well. They're very good at public sector at anchoring a client anchor to a business that's innovative and new and startup, and then allowing that to scale.
Any other questions? One over far left, thank you. The mic's on its way.
Hi, Gabrielle from NABU. Have you found a cooling of investment activity this year? And if so, do you feel that this is a direct result of Brexit?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. We were just discussing that last week. No, we've not seen a cooling of investment, actually. There is as much investment going into our startups, early stage and growth companies as there ever has been. So not at the moment. What we are aware of in the market is that some of the institutional investors that back up some of the early stage and VC funds are being a little bit maybe more cautious at the timing of their investment in. But our VC angel community is really, really got a lot of capacity in it at the moment. We do have an issue about our institutional investor base and that becoming more able to be that cornerstone for some of these growth opportunities. But at the moment, there's a lot of international and UK investors, and actually it's been pretty good overall. So it's buoyant. We're aware of the headwinds that might come from those that are maybe what I'd call the institutional investors and how that translates.
You mentioned ingredients for scaling, so market access, talent leadership, as you'd expect, and then infrastructure, which I guess encompasses facilities as well.
It does, yeah.
So for some sectors, like for instance life sciences, infrastructure is critical as well as the patient capital piece. If you haven't got a wet lab, you know,
which is why I think, I mean, if you look at Cambridge, one of the things we've highlighted is the Brabraham Institute. Cambridge is putting enormous amounts of investment into the infrastructure it's building locally to allow the life science sector to grow locally. Here East has equally created space like that, and I think there's a huge opportunity in this area environment here. But with that space also comes on-site mentorship, investors, peer networks. And I think it's how you create not just the space, but the services that go with them. And that's what we see Brabraham do very well and Alderley Park do very well.
What can universities, what can and should we be doing to help businesses across, you know, in the local region, but more widely as well? So not just our homegrown businesses. What can we do to support them to scale?
So I think each of you should ask yourself, are you easy to navigate? Do I know who I go to if I'm a scale-up to say, I'd like to have maybe a research project with you, or I'd like to think about hiring a student in to work with me? We see a lot of, it's really difficult to navigate, so have you got that go-to point? Then I would ask, how are you doing, and I think University of Surrey does great things with Set Squared and some of the infrastructure you're building like an engine shed, but have you got, if you're partnering with Strathclyde, do you have an equivalent of what they're running in the Growth Advantage programme? Have you got an angel alumni network? Have you looked at your alumni to look at how they could be investing in some of the businesses? Henley Business School does that well. And I know you're partnering up on those things. I think it is about how can one partner that and take the best of that and deliver it into your local businesses. Yeah, so we're definitely always looking at ways to improve the navigation into and then across the university and the research park. We have the Enterprise M3 LEP Growth Hub AM3
in the yellow zone today.
Yes, we trained them on
We have access to funds of the Surrey 100 Angel Network and that. So I think you've got a lot of good ingredients here, and I do see that joining up here, and we should be looking at you to see how we can look at endorsing what you do. And SME vouchers as well, one way of getting the SMEs to partner with us on research.
Great.
Any other questions? One over there with the mic, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ian Braverston. I'm also from Innovate UK. I happen to have responsibility for SBOI and GovTech Catalyst programmes and hopefully the expansion of those. I just wondered your views on the expansion of those programmes and how both the public sector, whether it's national government or local government, can act as a key first customer via such programmes, and how we can maybe get large businesses to take a similar approach to their supply chains.
I think you've got a critical role through those catalysts, through the catapults and your EEN, European Enterprise Network. I think firstly the good thing that Innovate's done is actually be very structured on your strategy and your segmentation of the marketplace. When we mapped out what was available to our growth businesses, and we did that work with Innovate UK, what we found was a very, very, very lack of services directly focusing on corporate collaboration, procurement into the government or the private sector. And we think your current infrastructure, the catapults, the catalysts, etc., could do more in a better and coordinated manner in terms of the hub that you create around it. So I think that's sort of one of the things we're talking with your team about in terms of how that could be dialed up as we go into next year. Because I think you've got a lot of the infrastructure there. I just don't think it's quite aligning itself in the way it could do. And learnings can be learned from others that are doing it well.
Any other questions? I think we've got time for one more. Nothing from the back, no? Okay, well, please join me in thanking Irene. It was brilliant.
Thank you, and we'll send you the slides.
Yeah, we'll send the slides on, share them around. So Next up, we have a panel session. So it's the last session of the day before closing remarks, and it's intended to be interactive. So please get your questions ready. We're really conscious that most of the day the content has been those on the stage projecting at you. So this is your chance. So I'm really excited to introduce our three panellists. I'll just do brief bios. So Neil Johnston, founder and CEO of Vector Suite and co-founder of Rocket Desk. Vector Suite is an immersive VR design software currently used in industrial design sectors. Vector Suite speeds the creation of initial concept designs as a fast track to 3D. Neil co-founded and operates Rocket Desk, one of Europe's largest games-focused co-working spaces here on our Surrey Research Park. The Rocket Desk community has attracted around 6 million of inward investment, and Vector Suite is also based within the Rocket Desk studio. Next panellist is Oriel Stevens, Global IT Director of the Applied Technology Group at Unilever, which brings expertise on the application of technology to business opportunities. Oriel was previously CEO of the VTC Group, now trading as Inogesis, helping blue-chip organisations and government departments harness disruptive technologies to drive new revenues or overcome challenges. Oriel is Deputy Chair of the Advisory Board for the Institute for Security Science and Technology at Imperial College, a mentor both privately and to professional programmes such as Cylon, GCHQ's Cyber Accelerator, and to Cyber 101. Our third panellist is Elizabeth Farley, CEO and founder or co-founder of Tech Hub. Elizabeth is a serial entrepreneur and she founded Tech Hub, the community for high-growth tech companies. Tech Hub has 400 tech companies in London and has worked with thousands of companies to support their growth over the past 8 years. She recently launched the Tech Hub Accelerate programme for underrepresented founders in tech. Tech Hub members companies have been acquired by Google, Facebook, Twitter, Oracle and Microsoft, among others, and have raised over $1 billion in funding. Previously, Elizabeth ran an editorial and content agency and built communities. She's in Computer Weekly's UK Top 50 Tech 50 Top Influencers, the Debrett's 500, and Vogue UK's Generation Tech. Elizabeth has also held positions on the Digital City Exchange Smart Cities Programme Board at Imperial College, the Open Data Institute's Data Pitch Technology Innovation Board, and the Silicon Valley Bank Early Stage Advisory Board. So, Neil, Oriel, Elizabeth, please join us on stage. Thank you. So what I thought we'd do is start off with a little, a bit of an intro, just one slide, so not deaf by PowerPoint, from each of our panellists to talk a little bit more about their entrepreneurial journey and how they got here, and then we'll open it up to Q&A. So first up, I think we've got Neil.
Hi, what a privilege to be here. My office is about 10 minutes down the road, just on the University of Surrey Research Park. So I've been really inspired today, actually, just listening to all your pitches, and you guys are total kick-ass, and I sort of love it. I'm living proof of the risk taker that keeps trying to make businesses work until one actually works. I've been running companies since I was 17. I'm 33 now, and I've really only seen businesses that make money in the last sort of 4 years. So it took me a long time to get going and to see some kind of fruits of my labor. I run Rocket Desk, which is a co-working space for the games industry on the Research Park. The games industry technology is changing rapidly and is completely changing the way that we interact with entertainment. It's a hugely exciting portion of technology, and we've got some great businesses there doing some great things. And my other company, Vector Suite, we help car designers all over the world design car concepts in virtual reality and soon-to-be architecture. So Rocket Desk is more about seeing companies take their first steps into office space, and we're working with Enterprise M3. Sarah's here today. Tim Richards here, the Research Park. They've been so supportive of our work there. And certainly with Vector Suite, I've got a little bit of experience of raising money. We managed to get a pre-money valuation of 10 million this year in March. And we're really excited about the future of Vector Suite as well. So it's a real privilege to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Oriel.
Yeah, excellent. Apologise for the horrendous picture, but my background is basketball, and Basketball to the Boardroom is the title of the talk I like to give, because it describes, first of all, no one would ever think that someone that looked like that could come and sit in the boardroom and actually be taken seriously. But also, it inspires me all the time, because really what I'm inspired by is winning. And I was in sales, so it won't surprise you that I say that. But I'm inspired by winning, and I sulk when I lose, and everything in between is all about how you avoid one or you harness the other one. So my entire journey, 5 years in technology sales, where I learned what it felt like to be hated by everyone in the room, because you're in technology sales, and everyone worked out what it meant, and it became interesting. Went into merchant banking. That's where I worked out how you win by helping other companies be really successful. And we worked there with really entrepreneurial leaders of companies that were huge. So our biggest client is now about 12 to 13 billion market cap. The smallest would be a pre-revenue startup, one that you know quite well, King, Candy Crush company. The founder of that was one of our clients, not at King, but another venture that we sold into the anti-malware space, which led to a great opportunity to work with Lockheed Martin to connect them with small businesses in the UK, which led to us spinning out a business, which then, unfortunately for me, I had to run for 3 years, and it's really scary. So I listen to all of you talk, and I think, God, I'm so scared still. I haven't done it for a year because now I'm at Unilever, which is an entirely different experience for me. That business is still running. So it hasn't been the throwaway success that it's multiple billions in its own right, but it's still going, which is already a success in sort of startup world. That was all about making sure that the language between the big corporate and the small company could come together. There'd be synchronicity in the relationship. There'd be reciprocity in the relationship. There is no point trying to sell to somebody who doesn't want to buy what you have, but if they're going to buy it, you're not a charity, they're not a charity. That's different if you sell to the charitable sector. But if you're not a charity, you shouldn't just be giving things away. So where's the value proposition? And that's what we tried to achieve with that. But it's really scary running your own company. So I admire anyone that does it, fail or win. It's absolutely scary. And then you come somewhere like Unilever, who's trying to do the right thing all the time, both by the environment, by the business world, by its shareholders, by small companies, by its partners. And it's really nice to work in a company that does that. And helping them work out how they can appropriately use technology is where I am now. And then perhaps working with other companies, big or small, to make sure that we apply that appropriately. So it may not be a typical thing. The quote is not mine. It is very lonely at the top. You do miss everything you don't take. If you don't take a risk, you're not going to get anywhere, and perhaps we're more risk-averse. We talked about this over lunch. Are we a risk-averse culture? You do miss everything, but it's really scary. So well done, those of you, for being here, and thank you, those in the main audience, for the support that you're giving.
Thanks, Oriel. Lots of top tips in there. Are you still playing basketball?
I still play basketball. No black eyes today.
Elizabeth.
Hello, thanks so much for having me here. I loved seeing the pictures today. In fact, it's one of my most favourite parts of my job is getting to see all of the things that people create that I would never have thought of that make so much sense when I see them. So thank you so much for all your hard work, because I know how hard it is. Tech Hub is my second business. I always thought when I started this one that my first business was my learning business. What I have learned since then is every business is your learning business. You will make mistakes all the time. And the really important thing is to recognize when that's happening, make decisions quickly and move on, which I found really, really hard for a long time. That decision fatigue that you go through, I'm sure you all know what that feels like, where by the end of the day, it's just like, I just don't know anymore. It is incredibly lonely, as you said, and that's one of the reasons that I started Tech Hub, is to have people around you who understand what you're going through. Sometimes your family won't get it, particularly if you've left your well-paid job somewhere else to do your crazy internet thing. Sometimes your friends don't get it when you're not available on the weekend. Sometimes your partner won't get it when you're just not around as much and you're constantly focused on your business. But that's a founder's job. A founder's job is to focus on their business and to bring other people in and to never stop talking about it. And so I wanted to create a space where people could do that, support each other, and also get access to all of the things that they needed in order to be more successful. So we don't take equity, we don't look at business plans, we don't want to be the arbiters of whether or not businesses will succeed or fail, because we know that by being part of Tech Hub, you're more likely to succeed. Even if you fail the first time round and then the person you're sat across from says, oh, well, I would love to hire you as my CTO, which happened to our very, very first member. We help people get access to finance. We help them understand their customers better. We help them learn about things in business. We have a lot of people coming in with great products but don't necessarily know how to run a business, and that was a surprise to me when I started Tech Hub, that we talk so much about the business side of things, but people really need support around that. And really just having those other people around when you're the kind of person that takes risk. I was, in terms of my entrepreneurial journey, I was the kid that did the lemonade stand. I picked flowers off the ground, not out of the garden, from my neighbours and then sold them to other neighbours. I was always looking for what's that thing, what can be done with something that's there, what can be made new. And taking those risks, it's a scary thing to do, but when you're an entrepreneur, that's what drives you, that's the excitement. And so having other people around you to support that is really important.
Brilliant, thank you. A few things that come out of there. So Neil, you mentioned the support that you've received from the research park, Oriel, basketball being a team sport, and then Elizabeth a bit more on the importance of clusters and communities. So it seems like proximity to the research park has been pretty crucial. Building your own communities and building your own clusters has. And would you say that starting businesses or would you say that being an entrepreneur in a large corporate like Unilever is a team sport?
Yeah, it has to be, because we obviously have lots of shareholders to satisfy. We have to make our staff happy. We have to keep moving, otherwise we're not going to get anywhere. We don't want to be one of the companies that drops out of the FTSE 100, which happens regularly. We want to make sure we're doing everything that we can. So you have to work together, whether that's internally or externally. And if you're focused on a common goal, which at Unilever it's quite simple because the CEO always talks about sustainability. That's really easy to focus on. But we have a saying, which frustratingly is also my family motto. I definitely took it first, but Unilever I now have it, which is do well, do good. So you have to do well if you are in a corporate. You have to do it. So when you're going to a corporate, when you're trying to pitch to them, think about what the person wants to get and how they're going to do well. But then how do you do good with that? You don't have to behave badly while you're doing well, and you don't have to do good and not do well out of it. If you can pass that double test, then you're doing pretty okay. Yeah. And working with a team is more likely to make that happen, because going for it on your own, even if you're inside a corporate with all the resource and everything around you, is still really difficult. You have 25,000 people that you have to get sign off a process. Yeah. You have to go through 500 more people to get them to agree. Then you have to go somewhere else, and there might be someone more senior than you with a better idea.
Absolutely exhausted.
Etc.
Yeah.
So you have to do all those things that you have to do as a small company inside a big company. You're being paid a bit more, which is quite nice, but that's really the only difference. So bringing everyone in, making sure they're part of a team. I can't play on my own. I'm useless at one-on-one basketball. I'm pretty good at 5-on-5. That's why it makes it. That's why it works.
And Neil, the proximity to a university, so to Surrey, how has that helped? And what does that partnership or that relationship look like going forward for Vector Suite and Rocket Desk?
Yeah, so I think there's people who'll definitely debate this with me, but I don't buy it that anyone really gets there on their own and anyone's self-made. You know, I think, you know, I could argue that I've run all these businesses and I did it all by myself and I was so hard and now, whoa. You know, but like Malcolm Parry at the Research Park is a real visionary, and he caught really early on. He is a legend. Yeah. He caught really early on this idea that Rocket Desk would work on the Research Park, and it's a great idea to foster the games industry talent in the town and keep it on the Research Park, where it's had a rich legacy. Without his support, we wouldn't have got started. They gave us a refurb, much to Tim's expense over there. And they've just been so generous in the way that they've supported our growth. Yeah. And minimised the risk. You know, we've got a profit share arrangement, and it's been great for us. From the Vector Suite side of things, had I not started Rocket Desk and not had a community around me of like-minded professionals, like there was this brilliant brochure that the university put out a while ago that said wonderful things happen here, and that's how we feel about Rocket Desk. You know, you put a group of really talented, like-minded individuals in the room together, something amazing happens, and we managed to build a team of software experts. You know, one of the guys that built our augmented reality viewer for the cars basically invented 3D games. He's got a Wikipedia page. He's an absolute legend in the industry. And hey, I found him at Rocket Desk, you know, and we managed to build a team there. So whilst I'm kind of half selfishly using the Rocket Desk community to build my own company, I kind of started it, so I don't feel too bad about it.
Elizabeth, can you talk us through, because obviously Tech Hub has been through various stages of growth now, so it started off within Google Campus at Old Streets.
No, before that.
Before that, sorry, that's my first interaction, so way before that. And now you've scaled, you're international, you've got overseas footprints. So what has it been like to scale Tech Hub? How and when do you scale?
Oh, that's a really good question. One of the things that I have learnt through making my own mistakes has been you can't scale too quickly. You can't do it before you're ready. You need to have a really solid foundation. I think as entrepreneurs, as founders, we're really, yes, people, yes, the next thing, yes, that's a great idea, yes, that sounds amazing, I want to do that.
Ideas, people.
Yeah. And someone comes to you with something that sounds like a really good idea, and it's really difficult to say no. Yeah. And so for me, I think with some of those things, we tried to scale a bit too early without enough capital behind us, which is a challenge. So we've never taken equity funding. We're entirely funded by revenue, which is really weird in the tech sector. But for me, that's a real demonstration that you've created a product that fits a market because people are prepared to pay for it. But in terms of scaling, one of the most important things that I've learned is about having the right team around you. I know we've been talking about the value of teams and about having people around you. But one of the things that I've really learned is you have to get really good at hiring, and you have to get even better at firing, which is awful the first couple of times you do it. Yeah. But I'm incredibly fortunate to have the most amazing team, and it's taken time to put that together. And you, as the founder, want to be doing other things. You want to be focusing on sales. You want to be focusing on opening in new places. You want to focus on all of that. But without the right foundation of people around you and an ability to delegate to them, founders are also not particularly great at delegating. I've had to learn to do that because we're so used to just doing everything ourselves at the beginning. And so creating that sort of foundation where you can trust your people because you've got the right people, and devolve a lot of responsibility so that you don't become a bottleneck is the way to scale.
Brilliant, thank you. Well, you mentioned quite a few times that starting your own business is really scary. How do we make it less scary?
You can't. It is always going to be scary. Even people that spin out and make a load of money out of it then have to fulfill everything that they've said. It's always going to be scary. And I read all those sort of slightly cheesy quotes. They talk about having fear is actually got nothing to do with whether or not you've got any ability or courage to do something. It's overcoming that. The fear never leaves you, because if you're in a situation where you're either taking external money, we raised £1 million to do the spin out, if you're working for other people, i.e. your investors, if you are working for some of the world's biggest corporates, so Lockheed Martin, GlaxoSmithKline, the Ministry of Defence, all the people I've worked with, you're representing them and their interests. Most importantly, our reputation was built in that small business on connecting the right entrepreneurs. So much like you, we took no equity, we took no fees, it was all from the corporate. So we were wholly and agnostically incentivized to connect the right small company with the right big company. That's also quite scary, because you get that wrong and your reputation has disappeared. Yeah. It is no different here when you're asking people to connect you. People will do it, but they'll only do it where they think that they're right, and it's not going to be scary. So everything you do once you go into business, actually everything you do when you become a parent, go into business or have any other responsibility is really scary. So you have to accept it, and then what you do to mitigate that, what you do to do the best out of it, and how do you admit you're wrong? And that's probably the hardest thing that actually everyone really struggles. I have a co-founder at the startup that used to say the 3 hardest words were not, I love you, but I don't know. And I barely ever hear anyone say that to me, whether it's in a corporate or a small company. If you don't know, ask, because it's so much quicker than spending the next 5 years trying to work it out. So you have no idea, go and ask somebody. that's how you get rid of the fear. If you express the fear, which we're not very good at doing, particularly in England, because we're British and we mustn't say, we must just get on with it, and I've got another leg, it doesn't matter, one's broken. You just get on with it. So we don't want to do that. Admit you don't know. Be prepared to stop if you really are doing something wrong, and that goes for big companies as well as small. Don't waste other people's money, particularly when it's not yours, and just gather people around you that can help you, because that's probably the best thing I've had. I've had really big supporters who would tell me I'm being stupid and will also tell me I'm being good when I don't know the difference.
Yeah, I think actually, personally, I always say that having been through and come out the other side of a PhD, the one thing, obviously it teaches you to, do research in a very specific niche area, very deep. The one thing that it really teaches you is the ability to be able to say, I don't know. And I try and say that regularly, rather than blagging. Neil, I wanted to come to you and just ask you about the spillovers from the digital games industry into other industries, and what you think the future looks like for the digital games industry.
Yeah, I think a lot of people. So I surprise a lot of people when I say I don't play games.
That is surprising.
I'm surrounded by, just because I look like a teenager as well, but I'm surrounded by people who play a lot of games in our office, and I've just never been into it. I played Tony Hawk skateboarding when I was at school, and that's about it. But what we've seen over the last 20 years is this huge shift in computer games graphics, and particularly real-time rendering. And your life is going to be impacted by games technology, whether you like it or not, and you may or may not realize that that's the case. If you take an animated film like Toy Story back in 1995, and everyone going nuts about this fully animated feature film made on a computer, and each of those frames were rendered over time, and it might take like a week to render like a small scene. And if you looked at computer games graphics of the same era, something like GoldenEye or something back in the day, you'd see that they look totally different. You can't put Woody up against a computer games character. They're totally different. What's happened in the last 20 years is that the computer games graphics have really caught up with the hardware, and in real time you can have photorealistic glasses like this in virtual reality, and you wouldn't be able to differentiate between the real and the virtual. And it's all in real time. It's rendered in real time. It's not just a single frame. And that has opened up enormous opportunity for virtual reality. I still think virtual reality is in its infancy. People are still trying to figure out how it works, but which is great for enterprise is that whilst the consumers are still deciding whether or not they want to absorb entertainment through VR, the enterprise community are saying, yes, we absolutely want this. So for my work with car firms, they're all over it. They've been using VR since day one. We're seeing it a lot in some of the larger corporates, even Unilever, in the way that they might teach a store how to place products like Tesco or something similar like that. And I think because the possibilities are now there, and this is only a couple of years, right? We only had the first VR development kits 3 years ago or something like that. So this is growing rapidly, and I think the computer games technologies are going to be the things that drive CGI animation in the future. CGI will pretty much all become games engine technology, is my prediction. Yeah. And we'll see, there's companies already, there's a French company making a children's TV sitcom in a 30-minute TV show once a week. And that's how quickly they're turning it around. As far as the technology is concerned, they're smashing it. They're doing stuff that's never before been possible. And once we've got hardware catching up, where we've got augmented reality, true augmented reality, where you can actually put on a pair of goggles and see all of you here whilst I pick up a virtual thing, we're kind of there, not quite there yet, but that will all be powered by games engine technology.
And applications in advanced manufacturing, design process, across all sectors.
Think of your BT box at the end of your street and someone going in to connect plugs and they put on their augmented reality. It's all overlaid. Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Elizabeth, I wanted to ask you about your recently launched programme to try and bring diversity into the entrepreneurial pipeline. Can you talk us through what that does?
Sure. So we launched Tech Hub Accelerate, which is a program to support underrepresented founders in technology, to support their growth. We brought on some great partners to help us with that. We have Google and Silicon Valley Bank and some other partners to fund places on the program to give underrepresented founders free access to the support the Tech Hub provides, additional mentoring, guaranteed slots at our demo nights, all kinds of different support, because I feel like I've been having the same, I get asked about women in technology a lot. Yeah. In fact, Brexit was the only thing that knocked it off the top spot as the thing that journalists would ask me about. And really, it's a much broader question, and I feel like I've been having the same conversation for 20 years. Literally, for 20 years, I've been having the same conversation. And it's really important to talk about the problems and the reasons that the problems have been created. And, you know, that stuff is essential, but I feel like we've talked about those things. And so for me, it was a bit of a little less conversation, a bit more action. Kind of thing. And I thought, well, what can I do? It's a small thing, but what can I do? What can we do as Tech Hub? We can provide an opportunity for underrepresented founders to get additional support, but crucially, also a platform for press and promotion for them and their products. Yeah. So I want to give the opportunity to amplify voices that we hear less often in the tech industry, and not necessarily asking them about what's your experience as an underrepresented founder, but talk about your business. Tell me about how fantastic your product is and the things that you've learned and how great you are, rather than necessarily focusing on those elements of diversity. But at the same time saying, if you want to talk about how crappy some of the things have been for you, that's also fine. Giving people an authentic opportunity for promotion and support and for the growth of their business.
Yeah, brilliant. I'd like to get involved somehow. Ario, I wanted to come to you and just ask you, before we open up for audience questions, get your questions ready, just to talk through what it means to have an entrepreneurial mindset and how you reconcile that with working in a large corporate like Unilever.
Yeah, so I can't remember who said it earlier, but I'm not 100% sure I have an entrepreneurial mindset personally, but I can engage with those that do, and I like to make it good for those that have one. There are certain things you need to be an entrepreneur, and I'm quite keen on saying this. In a big corporate, it's really difficult to be an entrepreneur. You get permission to play quite a lot, so you get money to do things, you get space to do them, you might get time out from your job, but in no way can you feel the pain of not being paid next week unless this gets sorted. And we look at things all the time. There's a great video of Roger Bannister beating the 4-minute mile, and it's like, how did he change his mindset, and what did he do? And someone was doing some management training with us about this, and it's a really inspiring video to watch, because I just changed the way I thought about it. And my irritating question, which you will expect, having heard me speak for the last 10 minutes, was, what if you told him that he would, if he didn't run that 4-minute mile, he would not be paid next week and he'd lose his house? Because I've gone months without being paid, by choice, because I was trying to keep my company afloat. You don't do that in a corporate. So you have to accept that and then not be cross about it, because a corporate's a corporate for whatever reasons they're a corporate. They can't suddenly become that person that has to try and keep their house going or keep their mortgage paid or satisfy individuals. Yeah. So you have to accept it. That's the first thing. And then you have to absolutely empathise with the feelings of the other person. So I talked a couple of minutes ago about, if you're going to sell to a corporate, what are my needs? Who am I being pressured by? Where do I need to get to? Inside Unilever, we try and really embrace it. So we do things like internal hackathons, but not in a, isn't this nice, aren't we doing a hackathon sense, but actually, here's a real challenge. Does it pass the do well, do good test? Here's a real challenge. Can we get to the consumer? Can we fulfill? Can we? Go do. And we're lucky to have the resource to put behind it, but we try and do different things. There's no arrogance about the fact we know everything and shouldn't try. And I think that's more entrepreneurial, that you don't think you know everything, and so you're willing to keep going. But it's absolutely impossible to have it inside a corporate, because you don't have to, but you can harness it and embrace it. And I think that's where someone like Unilever, and lots of other companies do it really well as well, but Unilever certainly really tries to have that understanding.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, so it's enough from me, I think. Audience questions, anyone got anything? Yep, we've got one question here. Just wait for the mic to reach you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah from the Enterprise M3 Growth Hub. Thanks for the shout out, Neil. So my question was, a lot of people today have been talking about taking risks and making mistakes and things like that. And I wondered how you embed that culture within your companies, from like a smaller team like Neil's to a bigger corporate like Unilever, and how you embody that, maybe not entrepreneurial, but those kind of spirit of succeeding where, or taking risks where others having to do things that others haven't done before in your day-to-day lives.
Neil, do you want to go first?
Well, I think from my team's perspective, we're trying to solve problems. You know, like the car industry hasn't changed in 50 years in the way they design cars. They're still using clay and all sorts of things like that. So we've got a really specific challenge. And I think what wraps my team together is trying to solve the problem. And, you know, I'm a tiny team, right? And we've got programmers largely, and they love that problem-solving task. So I think that for me, it's where we gather around this common problem that we need to solve. And I don't need to worry too much about like the culture of our team or trying to be like a snazzy startup founder or do anything like
There's a
quirky,
lot of
like,
wooden pallets in Rocket Desk.
There's a lot, yeah. Look, we appeal to hipsters, no doubt about it. But
and an orange microwave.
we don't do free lunches, and we don't do any of that kind of stuff. No hammocks. We don't make enough money per square foot if we have no. So you know, we're kind of united around a problem, really.
Yeah. Well, Elizabeth, did you want to add anything?
Well, it's sort of, you touch on an interesting point, which is about how you let your team do the things that they need to do, I think. And one of the things that's been really important to me with my team is about being authentic at work, being your authentic self as the leader, in order to create that kind of culture where people understand that they can come to you if there's a problem, if something's going wrong, that it's not that, oh, I've got to fix this before I can approach the CEO. One of the most important things that I've heard a number of my team say, and not necessarily directly to me, is, oh, I've never felt like I could be myself in a company as much as I can at Tech Hub.
Bringing a human to work.
Yeah, because the idea that, you know, your team is devoting their time and their energy and their talent to sharing and delivering your vision. And what could be more complimentary, more amazing thing than that, given how much time we spend at work. And the only way I can ensure that my team doesn't have to wear a mask to work, that they then take off at the end of the day and can be themselves, is to be my authentic self at work. And that's, you know, it's not like you have to tell all of your team all of your secrets all of the time or anything like that. But being authentically who you are is really important. I'm a giant dork. They all know that, and I think that's, you know, that's valuable. I'm a queer woman. It means that everybody in my team knows that they don't have to worry about being careful about who they are and who their partners are and things like that. And I think it's such an important thing that also fosters that environment where people can say, oh, I've totally messed this up. Can you help me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think there's a spectrum. So if you continually mess it up, you kind of have to expect to be fired or you lose your job. You can't keep doing it because actually that's just an excuse for bad behaviour. But that's one end of the spectrum. If you are willing to justify your decision, and I don't mind justifying, say, well, I just think it was the right thing to do and not talk about it, but if you can have a logical conversation about why you took the risk that you did, it doesn't mean you have to go to the nth degree of, I've done a 10-point plan, look, I did my business case and 25 people signed it off. No. But if I was going to stand up and I was going to sit here and talk about why I did something, I'd want to be absolutely assured that I thought I did it for the right reason, that I'd thought about the people around me, or the customer, or whatever it was I was trying to do, and I could justify that to myself. It's the same thing I want my children to do. I have a 17-year-old stepson, and he's got ADHD, and they're known for taking risks and doing things, and I think sometimes, why did you do that? And he's got a completely illogical but logical reason to why he's done things. I fully expect to have that conversation. I want to have that conversation. So if my team screws something up, if I do, I will stick up for them as long as I can have the conversation with them. I don't like the phrase you have to learn from it, because yes, of course, we will learn from it. So maybe don't do exactly the same thing again, definition of madness. But you can do something, even though it's gone wrong, because, and again, we have a conversation at lunch. We talked I won't talk on behalf of who'd said it, but someone at lunch said that there's no such thing as a good investor, just a lucky one. And again, I'm sure I've got that on film. I've definitely said that before. But there's no such thing. So you have to take a risk if you're an investor, and you might get lucky and you might not. The same in a corporate, the same in a small company. But you don't have to do it with stupidity. Don't go blindly into it like a 17-year-old boy. Go into it with some thinking, and be prepared to justify it.
Thanks for your question, Sarah. Lots of honest answers from the panel. Any other questions?
There's one over here, Claire.
Yeah, there's as well. Oh, yep. So we'll go to, we've got two here and then one back middle, and then I think I might have missed another one.
Can I go?
Then we might have to wrap up.
Is it my turn? I just wanted to touch on failing fast. Neil, I remember you saying that you started your business like ventures from 17 years old. Would you say, when do you know when to stop on a business or a project when it's not working, and to stop persevering, and then to move on to the next thing that is going to work, if that makes sense?
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. I think I'm showing my stupidity, but I dragged on a company for about 10 years, so maybe I'm not the best advocate of that. My first failed business was a clothing company, a skateboard clothing company. Useless, terrible, bad idea. Did it on a credit card. Fast track to debt. So don't do that. And then I started a music company. So I've got a degree in music business. I started trying to take contemporary music into schools. We started developing apps to change curriculum. And I just realized, and I'd been told several times that schools don't have enough money for this. But I kept trying. We had a bunch of successes that would sound like successes. Sting advocated for us. He paid for one of our US tours. Sir Ken Robinson, the guy from TED, the TED Talk guy, Sir Ken, he spoke about us at his keynotes and things like that, which sounds amazing, but we just didn't make enough money. I've got a small family that I need to keep fed. And I felt like when we got to the point of starting Rocket and I was still running the application side of it, I just saw other opportunities that seemed a bit more lucrative. And I think for me, I don't think I'm a great CEO or anything like that, but I do have an eye for commercialization, and I think that I saw a fast route to commercialization with the VR stuff, and it turned out I was right. But I think, I made a ton of mistakes on the way, and I probably should have given up the music business probably a little bit sooner than I did. But then I didn't have the opportunity. It's a fine line, isn't it, with opportunity? I think I'm an opportunist, right? If opportunity presents itself, I'll jump all over it. And I didn't think there was any opportunity in those kind of wilderness years of trying to make this music app work. I'm not sure if that answers the question. But
I feel like paying for it is a really good point. If you can't get someone to pay for what you're doing,
yeah,
and you go and you ask them why, and you make some changes, and they're still not paying for it, I think that's a really good sign that it might not be that it's a bad product. It might be you're too early. The market's just not there. But I think if you can't find enough people willing to pay for it, that's a really good sign that you need to go in another direction or stop and do something different.
Yeah.
One question at the front, I think we had. Yep.
A famous quote by a very successful entrepreneur is that if you want to be truly successful in an idea, you have to solely commit to it. But I know a lot of very famous entrepreneurs who have done multiple businesses at the same time. So bearing in mind you've got a 2, a 1 and a 1, which strategy do you think is better?
Ooh, there we go.
Do the one.
Do you not just do the one?
Do the one.
I'll do the one, yeah.
Do the one.
I would agree with that.
Absolutely, 100%.
I've got a co-founder for Rocket Desk, and we also have people that we hire to help us do it. So I couldn't do Rocket Desk and Vector Suite both well.
It helps that they're physically in the same place.
They're physically in the same place, yeah, for sure. And I don't know if we couldn't take Vector Suite global with Rocket Desk taking up all my time. I've promised investors that I'm going to spend time in that business. So it's not an easy one to manage at all. Yeah, I would agree. Just find one and go nuts.
Go nuts. One question at the back. You're ready with the mic. Great.
Hi, I'm Nigel Walker from Innovate UK. This is pitchatpalace in Surrey. I go around the country a lot presenting to businesses about Innovate UK, and I say I'm from Guildford, and I can see them thinking, oh, that's nice. Lovely town, Surrey Hills. They maybe know that there's a university. They might think, oh, satellites. They might occasionally think about gaming. What could or should we be doing to articulate the value proposition of Surrey, of Guildford in particular, so that we're better known as something other than what used to be a commuter town for people working in the city?
Yeah. well, I guess maybe me and Neil are probably best to speak to that. But so I think for universities generally, there's a kind of not just a change in mission, but a kind of an additional mission that we have as placemakers, so community builders and those community anchors. And so I think the idea that we at a university, we are, central to the creation of clusters, we have to take more seriously, and we are doing that at Surrey. So in digital games and creative industries generally, with CVSSP, one of our centres here, with the space cluster as well that I mentioned earlier. So what we do is we work with local enterprise, local government as well. So the Enterprise M3 LEP, Local Enterprise Partnership, with Guildford Borough Council, with Surrey Chambers of Commerce. And we make sure that we're very much all joined up and on message. So for instance, the UK Space Conference this week in Wales, we have representation from our Surrey Space Centre, but also from our space sector, space type startups on the Surrey Research Park, plus UK Space Agency, plus the M3 LEP. And they're there en masse, and we have joined up messaging about what Surrey and Guildford can offer to the space sector. So I think a big part of it is the universities being a key anchor for those communities and being very visible. And then I think another big part is to join up locally and regionally so that you have those key messages. I don't know if you wanted to add anything, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, it never ceases to surprise me how many people I meet who've lived in Guildford for 20 years and don't have a clue that games are made here and things like that. And you can go to Japan and say, "Oh, I'm a developer from Guildford," and like, no way.
Yep.
So I think there's definitely like a PR message thing going on there, and maybe it's that it's really hard to line everyone up as part of this messaging. The university does a great job of messaging, I think, and then Guildford Borough Council also needs to be part of that, and then tying in with Enterprise M3, and I think if everyone can get aligned, we can probably do a better job of broadcasting the fact that this town punches way above its weight, and it is known as a sleepy commuter town because there's loads of commuters here, right? But I think it's a shame that the local population don't really realise, for me, I guess the legacy of games development here. But there's so many cool things going on here.
There are some initiatives as well that we've been leading on, so Guildford Games, Made in Guildford, etc. But I guess another part is for universities generally to be able to offer grow-on space, so that whether it's our student entrepreneurs or academic inventors, when they do spin off and start up, we don't lose them and we keep that talent and close, and the value of proximity is really important. So if we can do that, then it strengthens our local clusters, I think.
I think that sector specialism is really, really helpful too. When you think of the US, if you're wanting to do biotech, for example, well, it's Boston, obviously. You don't go to Silicon Valley, you don't go to San Francisco, you don't go to New York, it's Boston. And so while people think of Boston as a smaller place, because it has that sector specialism, it's like, well, that's where you go to do that. And I think that's a really good opportunity here.
Okay, any other questions? We are over time, so maybe one or two more. One more? Any hands? Nope? Okay, I'm slightly blinded by the lights. So, is that one hand at the back? No? Yes? Yeah? Okay, thanks. That'll be our final question, then we'll wrap up. Thank you.
Hi, I was just curious, have you ever encountered any entrepreneurs who have scaled to, let's say, past 100 or 200 employees and actually regretted it and would have preferred to stay at a small scale, like let's say a team of 7 or 10 that's more agile?
I think there's a difference between someone who wants to be the CEO of a big company and someone who wants to start something. And I think as a founder, it's really important to recognize that in yourself, so that you know when you get to the point where you need to take a sideways step or a step completely out, and that you can plan for that and not beat yourself up about it, because we're not all, we're not all people who want to be dealing, excuse me, with managers of managers of managers. We don't all want to helm an IPO'd listed company. I think I know people who've had difficult situations where they've scaled up and then been pushed out by investors or from an exit and all that sort of thing. I'm not going to name any names because that would be a bit unfair. But I think knowing that in yourself, what you want, and being able to aim for that and recognise what's my trigger point to say, actually, I'd rather be creative director at this point, or I'd rather be chief product officer, or I'd really rather take some money and from someone else and go and start something new.
There are lots of examples of large corporates, so scaled and gone beyond, like Tesla and Amazon, etc., where they then try really hard to sustain some kind of agile culture and a way of working. So whether it's very small teams and stand-up meetings, and there's something really. I think it was Elon Musk who said if you can't feed those in a meeting with one pizza, then don't have the meeting. It's got to be small and it's got to be agile. So even if the business does scale, you can still maintain and introduce those sorts of practices. Ori or Neil, did you want to add?
Just honing on that, so I know a guy that was the CEO of a pharma firm. They're also based in Boston, and they grew it, and he took a sideways step and just carried on doing all the fun stuff that he really wanted to do, like the marketing, and then they employed a chief exec. So I don't think you have to be the one that scales with it. Steve Jobs was chairman by the end of his time at Apple.
It can make a much more successful company if you have someone who's done it before. If your heart's not in it, if you want to learn how to do it, great. But if you don't,
yeah, we wouldn't have serial entrepreneurs if people were always happy to do something and then just stop. So the serial nature of it. Our chairman wrote a book called Entrepreneurs Are Mad, which stands for Mission Addicted Deviants. So the deviant bit can be a moot point, but mission addicted, once you've achieved that mission, the fun's gone, the adrenaline, the excitement. Not everyone wants that. I don't necessarily hold the entrepreneurial lens that I need to thrive off that. But I can understand why people do, and I've worked with lots of people where we've sold their business in the merchant bank. They go to the acquirer, who's like, there's your parking space, here's your iPhone. They're like, don't what? I don't want any of that. Tell me when, tell me where my hammock is. Actually, they didn't say that, but it's just a different way of going. And unless you have an absolute ambition to go and work or run or do what as you just described, you want to just do the next one. And even when you've achieved things, the richest people in the world, what do? They just do a really good do-good mission, and they go and do the same thing over again. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is a good example. They're not stopped at Microsoft. They're just not kind of doing that anymore. They're just doing the next thing. So lots of founders like it, and they stop, and they've achieved it, and they retire. Lots carry on, and some stay. I've worked with entrepreneurs that have taken big corporates from very small. The 14 billion market cap one I described, the person that sort of was one of the early people in that was 200 million when he took it over. Non-exec chair, been there 15 years, still loves it. Does lots of other things, but loves it. So I think it depends on the personality. There's no right or wrong.
Mission addicted. Okay, thank you. Thanks to the brilliant three panellists, and that brings the panel session to a close.
Thanks, Claire.
Thank you.
So we've now reached the end of the day, over time, so apologies for that. After this, we still have the 3 zones that are populated, so do please go out and meet our Surrey community if you haven't yet done so, and we've got a drinks reception. I now invite Professor Michael Carney, Provost and Executive Vice President of the University of Surrey, to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you. I see what you mean by the lights. They are very, very blinding. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's my great pleasure to say a few closing remarks to bring to an end what I hope you will agree has been an exciting and very energetic day. It's certainly left us with a lot to think about and even more to talk about. And in a moment, there will be an opportunity to just do that, and I hope you will join me and others outside for a well-deserved drinks reception in the foyer. Before that, however, I would like to take the opportunity for some thank yous and indeed congratulations, starting with all our amazing pitch teams today, and especially our 3 finalists. When you leave here today, I hope that you take a little piece of Surrey with you, and I don't just mean the lanyard. And we will, of course, look forward to your next moves with very great interest. And we wish you all the very best success in everything you do, and to everyone who's been here and represented today. I would also like to say a big thank you to everyone whose efforts have made today such a resounding success. Firstly, of course, to His Royal Highness the Duke of York and his team for the opportunity. At Surrey, we have a high stake in the world of innovation, and we are grateful to be part of pitchatpalace On Tour and to have, as I said, this opportunity. And further thanks are due to the Lord Lieutenant's Office, above all, for providing a very effective means to ensure that timekeeping was adhered to during the 3-minute pitches, to all our Surrey Showcase exhibitors, to our moderator and host Claire, for bringing the event to Surrey for the first time, and her innovation strategy teams for all of their contributions. The keynote speakers, of course, the panellists and the judges for your invaluable input and support for the day. The events team, and to our student ambassadors for their supporting role to make the day go smoothly and be so successful. And finally, if I can single one person out, I would like to say a big thank you to Alex Neal, who has been the events lead for working around the clock, literally, to help deliver this event. And I think we have something for Alex, but I'm not sure if Alex is here to receive it. So I might, is Alex there? She's hiding in the bed. Please come down, Alex. To all our special guests today, the mentors, advisors, investors and supporters, your collaboration is what makes commercialisation possible, turning invention into innovation that changes the business landscape, builds prosperity and improves lives across the world. Steve Jobs said that innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. And there is no question that all of our pitch teams today are leaders, with the courage to not only see things differently, but also the determination and self-belief to do something about it. And yet, in the question of entrepreneurship and innovation, there is also great merit in being a follower. New ideas that hardly seem possible can't get off the ground unless people with equal foresight believe in these innovators and are willing to follow, support and advise them. So we can truthfully say that innovation takes a village. And thank you all for being part of our village today and going forward. Finally, after a final well-deserved round of applause to all the pitch teams, I will see you at the reception. Thank you very much.